yeah. Like, swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Like, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice. Dani in the house, in the house, in the house. Avengers in the house, in the house, in the house, in the house. Swords up, turn up, turn up. Let's get messy, let's get nosy, let's go, let's go. Give him the tea, give him the news, give him the biz, give him the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice. Who gon' check me? I'm playing chess, you playing checkers, checkmate, checkmate. Next caller, swords up, swords up, swords up, swords up, up, up. I don't like you, can't stand you. If it's up, then it's stuck, get stuck, stuck, stuck. Swords up, swords up, swords up, swords up, up, up. You're mad, they mad. You're pressed, they pressed. Got your bother, they bother. Got your triggers, they trigger. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, swords up, swords up. Throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Hey, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice. Let's go, start the show, symbol, we in chill, let's go, Avengers, assemble, lights, camera, action, we ready, stay ready, stay ready. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Hey, throw them swords up, where you at, where you at? Throw them up, Avengers, where you at, where you at? Throw them up, then slice.
Tell a haters your biz what cost you. Don't tell them nothing. Don't let them know nothing. Move it silent, move it silent. Keep it to yourself. Get a seat, keep it cute, keep it cute, keep it class, keep it moving, keep it moving, keep them watching, keep them guessing, keep them guessing, keep them guessing, keep them guessing, keep them hating, keep them hating, keep them hating.
I clean the fear back up, that's none of your biz. Hold up, that's none of your biz, 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 biz. I'm moving in silence, that's none of your biz, no biz. I'm moving in silence, I'm moving in silence. Tell a hater show biz will cost you. Don't tell them nothing, don't let them know nothing. Move it silent, keep it to yourself, keep it a secret. Keep it cute, keep it class, keep it class, keep it class. Keep it moving, keep them watching, keep them guessing, keep them hating. They jealous, and they knows it, that they knows it. Praying I fail, praying I lose, praying I fall. Not telling you nothing, not letting you in, not letting you be in my circle. Stay out of my biz, stay out of my face. Stop asking me questions. You heard what I said. Stop asking me questions. Don't make me get ratchet.
Get ratchet.
I plead the fifth, back up. That's none of your biz. Hold up, that's none of your biz. 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 Biz. I'm moving in silence. That's none of your biz. No biz. I'm moving in silence. I'm moving in silence. You wanna know my plans, my actions, how I I move, how I groove, what I'm gon' do, when I'm gon' do it. Wanna know my goals, my steps. You out of my biz, 21 questions. Next question. Skip, now dip. I plead the fifth, back up, that's none of your biz. Hold up, that's none of your biz. 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 Biz. I'm moving in silence. That's none of your biz. No biz. I'm moving in silence. I'm headed to the top. Can't stop, won't stop. I'm pressure, straight no chaser. Ambitious, go get it. I'm hurt. Let's go. I'm headed to the top. That I stutter down, muddle, and I mutter. I'm headed to the top. That's where I'm going. Go, no more question. I plead the fifth, back up. That's none of your biz. Hold up, that's none of your biz. 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 I'm moving in silence. That's none of your biz. No biz. I'm moving in silence. I'm moving in silence.
Tell the haters your biz what cost you. Don't tell them nothing. Don't let them know nothing. Moving silent. Keep it to yourself. Get a seat. Keep it cute. Keep it class. Keep it.
This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976.
Hello. Smash that like button on your way in here. How are y'all doing? Happy Wednesday. What child? It has been a long year, but a fast year, right? So we're going to jump right in because it's already getting late to Candace Owens and the Macrons, okay? So today I will be going over, Candace Owens versus Macrons, and then the next live I will be going over Candace Owens and her conspiracy about Tyler Robinson and Charlie Kirk, okay? And so as you all know, Candace Owens was sued by the Macrons. They filed a lawsuit back in July of this year. And when I first heard about this case, I was like, why are they suing her? And then once I saw what it was about, I was like, oh, wow, this is kind of interesting because Brigitte Macron, the First Lady of France, is suing Candace Owens because Candace Owens is saying that she's a man. And while I find it interesting, I also was just going back and I was like, I remember a time when everyone was saying, not everyone, a lot of people, conspiracy people, were making tons of videos about Michelle Obama being a man, looking at her anatomy and just the size of her hands. They were just going on and on about her being a man. And to be honest, she never sued anyone. Even though a lot of people were making videos on it. So throughout time, I've seen a lot of people accused of being a man. Even Sierra, the singer, people were saying that she's a man. And to be honest, there are still some people out there saying that Michelle Obama and Sierra are men. And a lot of times it's Black women that are kind of put into this masculine presentation rumor. And now what makes this interesting and different is now it's a white woman that is the subject of this conversation that has been masculinized as male presenting, okay? And even to the extent where this white woman, Bridget Macron, the first lady of France, was actually put on a t-shirt, Times Men of the Year t-shirt. And I'm trying to say it without laughing because, I'm trying to yeah, I'm always good at this until I get to that part because I always visualize Candace Owens with her slick ponytail, with her head turned to the side, wearing this Times Men of the Year T-shirt that she sold out of with Bridget Macron's face on it and Man of the Year, like, and she actually sold these T-shirts and sold out. So her whole thing is definitely profit driven, but it just gets weird. And what I found out is that Candace will say and do anything for $1 and for some money to have content, and she realizes that controversy sells, controversial topics sell. And as you will see in this very video, which I will be giving a live reaction to because I have not watched the full video because I like live reactions. But I did see where she was like, are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? And a lot of times when people say, are you not entertained? They're telling you that they're giving you a show. Like, aren't you entertained by this whole debacle, this mess, this drama? Aren't you entertained? So I am an entertainer and my job is to entertain you. Are you not entertained? So that type of messaging a lot of times goes along with the fact that someone is just monetizing and just entertaining people. Now, there can be two things can be true at once, where are you not entertained? Like, this is entertaining you. And at the same time, it's not just about the money, but Candace Owens is always going to make a way or find a way to profit off of anything she does. I mean, time is money. So, I mean, she moves as someone that is, her time is money, and she's going to make money off of every topic, even off of Charlie Kirk and his unaliving, which is allegedly her friend. So anyways, let's go ahead and dive right into it. First, we're going to go over the video where Candace first, responded about her lawsuit and being sued. And then after that, we will be doing the foundation work, which is we will be going over the complaint, the lawsuit that was filed against Candace Owens. And it's important to know what's in the lawsuit and what's alleged against Candace Owens, because if you don't know what's in the lawsuit and you don't know everything she's being sued about, you don't know the whole story, then how can you debunk anyone if you don't even know the story yourself or what both sides of the story, okay? So I'm going to save the complaint reading for last. And will I get through the whole complaint reading in one sitting? I doubt it, because it's 250 pages. You heard me right. 250 pages. So most likely there's going to be a part 1 and part 2 of the complaint reading and detailing why the First Lady and President of France, Bridget Macron and Emmanuel Macron, are suing Candace Owens. Okay.
Morning routine. It is so effortless. And today I have been sued by the first. The life of Candace Owens, it works like this. I wake up, I stretch, I have a cup of coffee, and then I am served with a lawsuit. I think that.
So she's like, the life of Candace Owens, I wake up, I stretch, I have a cup of coffee, and then I'm served with the lawsuit. The thing about it is, let's begin with accuracy and not theatrics. You were not sued because your morning routine is just charming or you're innocent. Okay, Ms. Owens, please don't spare us, okay? You were sued because the complaint alleges you made verifiable factual claims not questions, not like stuff based on satire or parody, that you presented stuff as truth to your audience. And now you're waking up as if you're just like, oh, I just logged in, I can't believe I'm being sued, when you actually had warning. They gave you a warning about everything and gave you a chance to retract everything before it's suing you. So it's not like you just woke up and you were surprised. This was a long time coming. So like framing litigation as a coffee break inconvenience and like, oh my gosh, like I'm shocked I woke up to a lawsuit. Yeah. But in the actual lawsuit, which I have, it pretty much says that this whole complaint arises from defendants' repeated publication of false statements concerning Miss Macron. And, you know, she's been lying on her. This is a defamation case. And this has been disseminated to millions of viewers. And I will be honest that, yes, it is sensitive to Bridget Macron. And this is serious to her about being called the man. However, I will be honest that from time to time, I will be chuckling because, like Candace Owens said, are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? She makes jokes all the time about, so like Bridget Macron does, like standing up when she pees. She makes jokes about, oh, the penis, and she makes these jokes. And I will be honest. I'm human, so sometimes I will, and again, I will be honest, like I said before, usually these types of things are actually, it's the opposite direction, where it's usually Black women that are masculinized. So it's just interesting to me to see the opposite. So I'll be honest on that, in that regard. But yeah, so she woke up and she just went on live acting like she was surprised about being sued by Bridget Macron when she had already had advance warning information sent to her previous lawyer, and and she knew about this like looming lawsuit. So it wasn't like a shock.
It's the morning routine, my friends. That is clearly my morning routine. It is so effortless. And today I have been sued by the first lady man of France. So let's just go, guys.
So right there, she actually starts and she says, I have been sued by the first lady man of France. Okay. Oh my gosh. You see what I'm saying? Like, even now when Candace Owens is faced with this lawsuit, and not just from anyone, it's not like a regular smuggler Joe, average Joe, Jane and John Doe. This is the president of France, Emmanuel Macron, and the first lady of France, Bridget Macron, international couple, French royalty, I will say, to be honest, is suing her. Like, girl. And instead of taking it seriously, she starts off with, I am being sued by the first lady man of France. And so right there, that's not a good look, especially if you are being represented by a lawyer. They should tell you to dial it back. But obviously, if she's not dialing it back, maybe she feels like there's a way to defend this because of what happened in France when this whole thing came up. She wasn't the first person to come up with this, as I said in part one. So she's kind of hoping for similar results as far as the lawsuit goes, but we will get into that more later. Okay, hold on.
Guys, let's just go. Welcome back to Candace.
I'm going to skip over this part really quickly.
You know what? It's one of my favorite movies, and there may never be a more appropriate time in my life for me to roll this clip. So let's roll it.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
That's why you're here.
You see what I'm saying? She says, are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? She says, that's why you're here. You see what I'm saying? This is sending out a message. Aren't you entertained by this? So she had this whole series called Becoming Bridget, detailing how the first lady of France was first born as, John, John and her brother, and how John, the brother, became Bridget. And it's a mess. And we're going to go over everything. Again, this is part 2. If you missed part 1, make sure you catch up on that because you're missing the foundation. But don't worry, you can also watch when I read the complaint, it will give you the foundation as well. It's just not going to be as theatrical. So with that being said, she is saying, are you not entertained? Now, Candace, you might take this as a joke, but this is actual lawsuit. And we all know, well, not some of us. Some of us, some people actually believe that Bridget Macron is a man. They have fell for this whole thing. But in reality and biologically, Bridget Macron is a woman and has even had children. Okay, last time I checked, a man can't pop a baby out his little wanker. So yeah. So with that being said, she is a woman, and so there's no way you can actually win this because you cannot deny the truth that she is a woman. Now, will I lie and said that from some angles and some photos, she does not look a little hard. Well, I wouldn't say hard. That's kind of mean. She, some women can look like they're, some people say you look like your father, and that's not, sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing. In this case, I would say she looks kind of, she does have a little bit of, at some angles, she does look like that, but it doesn't matter about looks. It matters about biology, and she is a woman. So, and she had children. So Candace, you're in a losing battle here. Okay. You've already lost. Yeah. So this might be entertaining for you, but at the end of the day, when you have a judgment against you for a large amount, if that goes that far, then, but I will be honest here. Bridget Macron, Emmanuel Macron, I don't know why they sued Candace out of Delaware, because she's from Tennessee and she said most of her business and everything is from Tennessee. Now, she might have a registered agent in Delaware, but that doesn't mean that her actual business is ran there. So, to be honest, maybe she's not taking it as seriously because she feels like Delaware court is the wrong jurisdiction. However, there are times where if that's an inappropriate or improper venue, that it could be actually transferred to Tennessee. So then what will she say then? Right? But yeah, altogether, she's not taking it seriously since she has been sued in July. And even with the amended complaint as of September 26th, she's still going about saying that, Bridget Macron is a man. Hold on.
That's how I feel right now. Me receiving my papers today. By the way, another lovely individual who delivered those papers to me. I really got to say, Tennessee, we are absolutely crushing it. The people that deliver the papers are just fantastic. They're so kind. They're always fans of mine. Anyways, I am floored. Are you floored? Because this is just goofy. You are officially a very goofy man, Brigitte.
And there she goes. After Bridget sues Candace, she's probably wondering how she's gonna respond. Is she gonna be scared, fearful? Is she gonna back down? Is she gonna double down? Is she gonna stand, 10 toes down? And there she says, "Oh, again, I'm being sued by the first lady man of France." And then now she says, "You're a goofy male, a goofy male. You are officially a very goofy man, Bridget." Girl, can you be serious here? Okay. And like I said, this is about biological claim of someone's sexual assignment. And you cannot argue biology and medical records that are going to say that she popped out some babies. That's not an opinion. It's not a metaphor, any sort of critique or anything that can be argued. It's either someone was born a man or a woman. Now, I know about intersex, so please don't try to school me about intersex. In this case, you know what I'm saying, that she was actually born a woman. It's not intersex and not a man. So with that, now that does become defamatory.
But I got to give it to you. You've definitely got balls. Fire everybody around you. And I mean literally everyone around you who told you that this was a good idea.
Oh my gosh, and here we go again. I gotta give it to you. You have balls. Balls as in you have the courage to do such a thing. But also balls in you have balls, like little balls down there, like in the pants. You see what she's not taking this seriously. Oh my gosh, y'all, she needs to be stopped, okay? But yeah, so she keeps on taking these jabs after jabs after jabs at this lady. You know, it's just a mess. Hold on.
This was a very good idea for you to be the first sitting first lady of a country to file a lawsuit against a journalist of another country. You are literally making history in all the wrong ways.
Literally making history in all the wrong ways. So now she wants to say, you know, bring up the fact that she's American and why is the first lady suing me? See, I believe that Candace thought she was untouchable and that there was no way that the first lady of France, Bridget Macron or Emmanuel Macron, would actually sue her because she's international, she's American. She probably thought that it wouldn't happen. So I believe that she was actually shocked. To be honest, who would think that the first lady and you know the president of France will actually sue you? And if you're in America, a lot of people are not really thinking about being sued by someone overseas or internationally, and especially not, you know, the first lady and, you know, her husband, the president of France. So, you know, her bringing that up kind of reveals or shows that she was kind of shocked that, you know, and she feels like this is groundbreaking history in the making. And if anything historical can come from it, I've never really heard anyone suing anyone for saying that they were a man. To be honest, that's one of the top jokes people use all the time, towards a woman, is that you're a man or you look like a man. You look like a man. Even like Jacqueline Suzette Wright was upset when her current Dusty fiance's ex said that she looked like a man. She looked like a man. She was upset about it. Now, I've seen it used in jokes and even towards other people in political people such as Michelle Obama, but I've never seen anyone sue anyone. So that was historical to me. And possibly there are other lawsuits that are not as mainstream that this happening, but I'm unaware of it. Okay. But she's acting like this is so historical.
And I want to be very clear here, right at the top, that this is obvious, very clear that it is an obvious and desperate public relations strategy. That's what this is. Where do we even begin? Okay, so
she believes that this whole thing is just a public relations strategy. I don't think anything like that at all. This is a serious lawsuit, and it goes further than just the main thing people talk about is the fact that she's being sued for saying that Bridget Macron is a man, but there's other things that are in the lawsuit as well. For example, stating that Bridget Macron was involved sexually with Emmanuel Macron when he was a minor. And Bridget Macron is saying that's false. They didn't start any romantic relationship until he was an adult. And there are other things that Candace has alleged as well. And Bridget has detailed it in this 250-page complaint. And like I said, I will be reading the complaint at the very end, some of it today, and then maybe the rest tomorrow. But I don't think I'll be reading it in one sitting. It's quite detailed. And this is the amended complaint because the original one was filed back in July, and then it was later amended in September 26. And as far as Candace's response to the lawsuit, she filed a motion to dismiss twice, but the first one was for the original complaint, and the second one was recently for the amended complaint. And I want to say this: the motion to dismiss is not really about answering the complaint, like yes or no, true or false, or presenting evidence. It's mostly procedural, such as this is an improper venue. And it could be like a 12B6 where there's a failure to state a claim, or a claim that can be sought out in court. And anything that can be filed in a motion to dismiss, or there's no personal jurisdiction, federal jurisdiction, so Candace is pretty much arguing now that this is the wrong jurisdiction, because she's saying that why are they suing her in Delaware, because that's where her registered agent address is, when she said that she works in a studio in her basement out of Tennessee, and everything about her from business to residence is in Tennessee. So that should be the proper venue, and that should be the proper jurisdiction, right? So a case can get tossed out if they find that they don't have the proper jurisdiction to rule, or haul someone into court. So how can Delaware haul her into court when she has nothing, no domicile or anything in Delaware? So we're going to get to that as well. So if you're looking for, how she's going to argue this case, it has not gotten to that point yet. A motion to dismiss does not start to answer those questions. It tries to dismiss the case based on like technicality or procedural things. Hold on. But I did hear one thing, is that she's trying to argue the authenticity of the photos that are being used and the authenticity of the evidence. I mean, like, if, for example, I'll give you one. If Bridget Macron is presenting a photo from years ago, like decades ago, and that's the only photo remaining, someone could say it's not authentic, it's fake. And then how would she be able to prove if it's fake or not? You see what I'm saying? It will be hard to go back and so you probably have to have some forensic person to evaluate or analyze the picture to say that that's authentic photo. You can attack things like that. Now, I have issues with a lot of things that Candace says, because in some videos, she uses the photos as evidence. And then in other videos, she's trying to say the photo isn't real. Well, how can you use it as evidence in one video and then say it isn't real in another? But we'll get to that later. And the problem with lies is this: as time goes on, the lies won't make sense, and the math won't math, and things won't add up. There'll be contradictions and discrepancies in what you say. That's why it's best to stick with the truth, because the truth never changes. It's once a fact is established as a fact, it's not going to really change over time. A lie, it's just scattered, and it does not add up after a while. You get caught up in a web of deceit and in a mess. Okay, and people started to notice, like, well, in this video you said this, and in that video you said that, which is true, and then you can get called out.
Let's rewind this in case you're new here. A few weeks ago, Brigitte finally lost her defamation claim against two journalists, which was taking place for years, by the way, over in France. It was the most viral story worldwide. Everyone's going, okay, obviously something is here. She's been clinging to this defamation claim, saying, oh, well, I'm suing them for defamation, and this is not true. And Brigitte's world, therefore, came crashing down, because that was her only effective PR strategy. That was the only thing that they used to dissuade the rumors that she was born a man. It was an absolute farce of a lawsuit, which relied upon the public not knowing the details of the lawsuit at all. In short, the lawsuit was not about whether or not she was born a man, okay? That's not the claims of defamation that she was bringing against them. But rather, it was very particular, and it was about whether or not Natasha Ray and Amandine Roy misspoke when Natasha said that a document that they had received throughout their investigation appeared to her to be fraudulent. I mean, they were getting really petty She basically was like, if you make a mistake, I'm going to sue you for defamation. And of course, when you're working with people who won't answer basic questions,
when you're working with people who won't answer basic questions. So she accuses like Bridget Macron, Emmanuel Macron, of not answering basic questions, but they argue that they actually sent things to Candace before the actual lawsuit to kind of, handle this issue or resolve this issue to get her to retract. If you know anything about Candace Owens, she's actually someone that is stubborn and she's not going to back down no matter what. Because, to be honest, if someone backs out after making such allegations, they're going to look guilty. And to be honest, once you lie about something, you have to keep going with the lie. Because the moment you say you lied or you're not telling the truth, you lose credibility. So you have to keep going with the lie. Think about Jack. You have to keep going with the lie to the day you die, because the moment you admit that you lied or something is not true, then now you lose credibility. And to be honest, people like her are not going to do that. They're going to fight. They're going to keep on fighting to the end and standing on what they said, okay? But yeah, what she described as like a viral story worldwide was actually a procedural ruling on one of the issues in a French court. And it was about whether a journalist misinterpreted a document. And it wasn't really like a judicial declaration about whether Bridget Macron was born a man or, such as her identity or anything like that. And she tries to use that as some sort of argument that she actually is a man, but that sort of procedure ruling is not really confirmation of Candace rumor at all. It's just this. What she does is really just disinformation if you just think about it quite truthfully. Okay, it's disinformation.
Are bound to make little mistakes. Like I said, Brigitte's entire PR strategy hinged upon public ignorance. And then the public ignorance went away when I did the Becoming Brigitte series, because people realized you only have to get one episode into that thing, okay? You realize these are not outlandish allegations. These are...
Oh my gosh, yes it is outlandish allegations. It is outlandish to say that John became Bridget. And especially when John and Bridget have been seen at the same events together. The whole story is outlandish. It does not make sense. Your whole strategy is to try to confuse people. You take public confusion, you mix in misinformation, disinformation, you add in some facts, like some things you add in are true. So when you have a combination of some true statements and some false statements, and then now you have confusion.
Not allegations coming from the quote-unquote far right or the quote-unquote far left. These are not allegations that are coming from deep on a Reddit feed, okay? This is the reality. It is a couple in reality that has been involved in way too many pedophilic scandals, okay? Scandals that are related in some way or another to pedophiles. People that...
So she keeps on trying to assert or insinuate or imply that Bridget Macron is a pedophile. And where does she get this from? Because Bridget Macron was a teacher at a school where Emmanuel Macron, her now husband, the president of France, he went to school at. He was a student at that school. And she's saying that there was sexual relations or romantic relationship between those two when he was still a minor and a student. And Bridget Macron is saying that's not true, that's false, that she waited or they waited until he was of age to actually pursue a romantic relationship. So they kept it actually like teacher-student until he was of age. And so they are upset, of course, at Candace for portraying this as pedophilia or being a pedo when he wasn't a minor at the time. And they are going to really try to argue that they have the facts that this is also a lie. So it's not just about, you know, her alleging that Bridget is a man, but she's also saying that Bridget is a pedo. And she's also, keep this in mind, if she's saying that Bridget is a man, that means she's also saying that Emmanuel Macron is gay, because in order for him to be in a relationship with a man, he would have to be homosexual. So she's also attacking Emmanuel Macron as well by saying, you know, about his sexuality and that he's a man dating Bridget, who was born a man. So there's a lot of angles to this.
They've worked with, people that they were friends with, artists that they've hired. Things just didn't look right. Then, of course, I invited you guys to recognize that the press in France lied about their origin story. They lied about everything. They tried to present them as some modern couple, telling us that she was so hot, she was Claudia Schiffer, and even though he was 14, she was just irresistible. And then you see this picture, and you're going, what? That's a picture? The hot teacher that the press was trying to sell so people wouldn't question this odd relationship? A person that's 40 being attracted, or alleged to be 40, I actually think Brigitte's older than that, is attracted to a 14-year-old boy. That's disgusting. It's perverted. No matter what, this is an incredibly perverted story, which centers around individuals who happen to surround themselves with other perverts. That's the reality.
So, and then she keeps on saying that she lost her defamation case. And again, that defamation case was not about whether she was a man or not, okay? Again, that was a procedure ruling about the mischaracterization of a document. It wasn't a trial to hold that they healed about Bridget Macron's actual gender, okay? So just because someone, you know, that was the outcome, she's actually not telling the truth about what the case was fully about.
You cannot look away from that. And then, of course, right about the time that President Donald Trump personally called me and told me that Emmanuel Macron asked him to order me to just stop talking about his wife's penis, then the world knew something was going on here.
So there she goes, involving Donald Trump. So the fact that Bridget Macron, Emmanuel Macron, well, it was actually Emmanuel Macron, asked Donald Trump to speak to Candace and try to tell her to stop, because Donald Trump, you know, met the couple, of course. He saw Bridget Macron in person, and he was pretty much telling Candace, look, she's all woman, so please stop. She's a woman. And Candace, of course, is not going to listen to Donald Trump, or anyone for that matter. And she kept going with it. But I guess they were hoping that, you know, if they talked to Donald Trump, he could talk to Candace and get her to stop. And she refused. So again, she has had ample opportunity to stop this whole thing before actually being sued. And as you can see, there we go again. We take a shot every time she makes a jab or pokes fun at Bridget Macron's, you know, anatomy. And now she says penis. You heard her say penis. So I think it's like the fourth time, but she's always going to insert these little jabs. So she's pretty much saying she doesn't care, and she's going to continue on asserting that Bridget Macron is a man.
Not normal. That is completely not normal for a sitting president to get on a plane, to come over and visit another sitting president, discuss Ukraine and Russia, negotiations for world peace, and then to take him to the side and say, hey, so do you know Candace Owens, this podcaster? Yeah, that was the moment where the world went, it's over, pack it up, go home. There's clearly something here. So Brigitte.
So she feels so important. One president, United States, you know, Trump meets with the other president, France, and Emmanuel Macron. They meet up, and of all the topics they can talk about, of all the world issues and the world problems, they had to talk about Candace Owens and whether or not Bridget Macron is a man, and try to get her to back down. Now, Candace Owens is acting like she's a nobody without a platform, without influence. If you were just like someone like me with a small platform, that would be different. You're freaking Candace Owens. You're someone that even Donald Trump can reach out to right now and say, "Hey, Candace, like you're connected to the freaking president," to where they can say, "Hey, Donald Trump, can you get Candace to back down?" And he can actually reach out to you. The president can reach out to you and say, "Hey, can you back down?" Okay, the president's not going to reach out to me. So you have influence. You have a platform that gets millions of views. You were able to make a t-shirt and sell it out. So you actually have a reach. So you're not just anybody. Like, she's acting like she's some regular vlogger. and as if she doesn't have a certain status to where she can just tweet something or go live and have all these viewers and watchers. You're someone that can be, very problematic as far as spreading a conspiracy or defamation. So you are very, you're not an average blogger, as you're trying to minimize the situation or your reach, should I say. But yeah, she was saying that the French press lied about the origin story of how this whole thing went about. And the whole thing about the French press, biographers, and people that have archived the history of everything about Bridget Macron and even Emmanuel Macron, she's not even going through all the history. She's always acting like Emmanuel Macron just came out of nowhere. He came out of nowhere and became the president of France. She's not actually going through his whole history and biography of his whole life and how he didn't just go from Starbucks to be the president. He actually has a lot of accolades under his belt to where he went from, from point A to the president. She, with someone like her that's a conspiracist, they're always going to act like this person came out of nowhere. They're a plant. How did they become president? They have no achievements or accolades to become president. They're going to paint this narrative instead of telling the truth. Like, go pull up his resume and then tell the truth about how he achieved the heights that he's at now, Emmanuel Macron.
Is now pivoting strategies. That's what's happening here. I told you already that they went to market in America to hire a crisis PR team on American soil. Again, a sitting president of a foreign country trying to hire a crisis PR team in America, that's not normal. And it is more than likely, and I'm surmising here, that crisis PR team was the one that gave them this advice. After they lost against Amandine Roy, Natasha Ray, they probably said, file another lawsuit. We know you can't win that lawsuit, but it doesn't matter. We just need you to file the lawsuit for the sake of press, so that you can again say to people, oh, well, it's not true because look, I'm suing Candace Owens. If you need any more evidence that Brigitte Macron is definitely a man, it is just what is happening right now. The idea that you would file this lawsuit is all of the proof that you need, okay? I have been in communication with their lawyers or via our lawyers, like their lawyers and my lawyers have been speaking, phone calls, emails since January. She's now named her law firm. I protected that, but now we can tell you it's Claire Locke, okay? Claire Locke is representing Brigitte and Emmanuel Macron, has been in communication with us for months, and yet they did not send us a copy of the lawsuit. They did not give my lawyer a heads up that they were filing a lawsuit, but they did instead opt to give this lawsuit ahead of time to the Financial Times, the New York Times, CBS News. What does that tell you? It's a PR strategy. They don't care if they win. This is about running it through the press and how much.
Okay, well, there's going to be different sides to this story because the Macrons have said they have been in communication or trying to be in communication to get this information out to you as far as wanting to sue you and things like that, and that you have been ignoring. You and even your lawyers have been ignoring certain emails and notifications they have sent you all and have not been responding. So, I mean, at the end of the day, they gave you time to retract and you refused to retract the information. So what can they do besides go ahead and sue you? Just a second.
PR are we talking here? Yeah, Claire Locke, Tom Locke, or Tom Claire, whatever his name is, they actually uploaded the lawsuit to their website, and then they gave CBS News a link to the uploaded lawsuit before I had been served, before my lawyer was even informed about it. I found out with all of you. I found out with the world. I found out from the Financial Times that I was being sued by the first couple of France. Not normal, guys.
Again, we're going to go over the actual complaint, and Candace is saying something totally different from the Macrons. They said they have been trying to be in communication. They have said things for her to try to retract her statements and give her a heads up about certain things. And a lot of those communications were ignored, okay? And once someone has one communication with you to kind of tell you, can you retract and things like that, they are not obligated to keep hounding you down. So is Candace going to take any responsibility that she's the one that put out these claims and no one has to hound her down to retract claims or to go behind the scenes? I can tell you right now, based on how I have had experiences with people that have defamed me online, those people will not back down just for me saying it's not true or back down because I disagree with what they're doing. They will continue to use me for their content and continue their defamation and lies until action is taken, legal action. And even then, they still will continue. As you can see, Candace Owens has the lawsuit now, and instead of backing down, she's hunkering down, and she's still continuing to defame them. So even now, like, why is she arguing I wasn't notified? But then now that she is notified, she's still continuing the same behavior. You see, notification is not going to stop defamation. Only a legal action and actually a judgment or some sort of ruling. People like her really will just continue until they're forced to stop because they are financially benefiting from the defamation. They're monetizing defamation.
And even in the Financial Times, this is what's really funny, despite getting the exclusive on this story, and they must have gotten it yesterday, by the way, they definitely had to have received it at least yesterday, maybe even before then, because I think 3 people worked on the article. So this is not like they were breaking news. It was quite a long article. But even the Financial Times, despite getting the exclusive, they're kind of stating the obvious in the piece. They're like, yeah, this is a pretty steep mountain to scale. This has kind of never been done in the history of the world. Not sure what's up here. Specifically, the article reads, quote, "The suit is a rare case of a serving world's leader personally suing an online influencer over their content." It goes on to read, "The Macrons face a high legal bar since U.S. defamation laws require public figures to show actual malice, meaning the person knew the information was false or had a reckless disregard for the truth." Making matters even more hilarious is the preschool principal that they have established here as the basis for their lawsuit. This is a quote from their lawyer. Given to the Financial Times, it reads, quote, "Owens has dissected their appearance, their marriage, their friends, their family, and their personal history, twisting it all into a grotesque narrative designed to inflame and degrade," the Macrons said in their filing. "The result is relentless bullying on a worldwide scale." Okay, so my first question is, how old are you? Are you 5 years old? Really? This is bullying is what you're coming at me with, which, by the way, is exactly what they're coming at Xavier Boussard with, which I should mention now. Xavier Boussard is not being sued for defamation. He's the one that wrote the book that I based my entire report on. Here's
the thing. She's just talking about bullying as in some sort of recess, bullying, playground behavior. When people talk about bullying, when it comes to legal, they are really talking about reputational harm and targeted harassment and bullying, which is different. Okay. And you pretty much turned a married couple into characters and your online profit agenda. Okay. And then you became offended when the word for that behavior was used correctly. You are bullying her. Like, in the regular use of the word, you are bullying her. Think about it. If you are born a woman and someone was all day and night online saying that you were born a man, and then they also put your face on the shirt, your actual face on the shirt said Man of the Year, and they made a bunch of videos, like part 1 through 8 or 11, becoming a man, becoming Bridget. You are bullying her. And then you also are taking away the fact that she has children. She has children, and you're saying, oh, she doesn't have children. You're going through all her pictures and saying this is a fake picture. This is she was born a man. Her brother became her, and you're getting all these millions of views. So in that sense, even YouTube.com, if you actually go to report someone, it's called harassment and bullying. So she's trying to poke fun of the word or the usage of the word bullying, but that is actually what it is. It's bullying. Now, when they sue you, most likely it will be for, harassment or something like that. But yeah. But in the actual newspapers, they can describe it as a form of online bullying.
Him for defamation. No. They're going, you're a bully. We're going to sue you. And then we're going to launch this lawsuit against Candace in the United States, not against you as a French citizen. But
let's be clear, your lawsuit is not about, oh, you're a bully. Your lawsuit is about defamation. So this is also a way to spin it and say this is about a bullying case. Oh, they're bullying me. They're such crybabies. No, this is a defamation lawsuit. This is a defamation lawsuit, not like you're bullying me lawsuit. Now, under that umbrella of defamation, to be honest, defamation can be a form of bullying when you're intentionally lying on someone for profit. And that can be a form of harassment and bullying. Shout out to Judy Coles. Thank you so much for gifting a membership. If you're gifted a membership from Judy Coles, please say thank you for the gift the membership. Again, please say thank you for the gift the membership. Shout out to OG Tan Baby. Thank you so much for the fan funding. Again, shout out to OG Tan Baby. I appreciate the super sticker. And also shout out to Latanya. Thank you so much for getting a membership. If you're getting a membership from Latanya, please say thank you for the get the membership. Again, please say thank you for the get the membership. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by hitting that like button.
We know we can't win this, but it doesn't matter because courts take a long time to establish that. And in the meantime, we can just say finally that we're suing her. Secondly, the audacity for Brigitte Macron to call me a bully. When we just watched Brigitte physically assault her husband on the world stage, you pummeled him. You beat him. You're the bully. You're over here. Oh, I don't like Candace's words.
Candace, you're sounding like a 5-year-old. I'm not a bully. You're the bully. Yeah. Who's to say that you are two people can be a bully? A couple having some sort of dispute versus you're online bullying people. Okay, you're behaving like a 5-year-old online, putting someone's face on a shirt saying "Man of the Year," and you're saying, "Oh, are you not entertained?" But that's childish. You already know that lady is a man, but you're trying to use her as entertainment and for profit. Okay, and now you're sitting there. You sound like a kid saying, "Oh, you're the bully." You're the bully. Okay, when there could be actually, it doesn't matter what she's doing with her husband right there. What matters is that you're being sued for defamation, not for being a bully, but for defamation. So let's stick to the actual lawsuit. Your lawsuit is about defamation. So don't try to paint it as this whole lawsuit is about bullying. It's about defamation, okay? A disinformation campaign.
You whooped your husband in front of the entire world on a plane. You're the bully. You're the bully, Brigitte. And you've been bullying him, I would bet, since he was 14 years old. I think you've been grooming him, and that's the worst kind of bullying in my viewpoint. By the way, I want to read you this from their lawsuit because I obviously have not had time to read all of this.
So right here, she's making fun of their lawsuit, and I will be honest, it is 250 pages, and yeah. So do I believe at that very moment that she had not read the whole lawsuit? I would say no, because even for me, people submitting these long documents, I have not read all of it and not looking forward to it because it's like, yeah. But so it is 250 pages, so I doubt that she read it. And to be honest, at that time, I don't think it was 250 pages. Once she amended it in September, it has been extended. It's longer now.
Right? Like, the Financial Times reported that the lawsuit also says,
and when she says grooming, she means that Bridget Macron was a teacher at the time when Emmanuel Macron, her now husband, was a student. And when she was a teacher, her student Emmanuel Macron had, there were like, a crush, romantic feelings for his teacher. And now Candace believes that the relationship was inappropriate and that romantic things happened before Emmanuel Macron became of age. Now, Bridget Macron is saying no, that nothing romantic or sexual or anything like that happened between the two when he was a minor. Only later did they meet back up, and then once he was of age, that it became romantic. Now, at one point, I think he also was transferred schools by his parents. So I will say, because I'm going to be objective in this whole situation. I'm team nobody. If you're new, do I find it weird on this part right here? Do I think that Bridget Macron is a man? No. Do I think it's weird that there's a teacher student and then later they meet back up when he's of age? And I guess that he was transferred to schools because I guess the parents noticed something, or I do find it weird, and I'm going to go over the lawsuit. We can go over it, but I do find that part kind of suspicious. And for that though, how will you disprove it? The only people that would really know if there was anything romantic or sexual going on between the two are the teacher and the student. We don't know. So how would you be able to prove that there was something happening when he was still a minor? Because the Macrons are saying that nothing happened when he was a minor. And then Candace is saying that, she believes something happened. And for the Macrons, I don't know how they will really truly argue that or not. But again, I will read over the lawsuit and see what they fully say for their full explanation as to their part. But for right now, I will say that part is weird. Okay. I'm being honest. Now, so when she's saying that he was groomed, that Emmanuel Macron was groomed, we have to know the full story of how they kind of met, to how they met, and what happened with them when they were, at this same school. I don't know. So I'm not going to try to argue that, I'm only arguing that Bridget Macron is not a man. I'm not going to argue anything that I don't know 100% evidence of whether it happened or not. And that's for the courts to decide. So the courts will have to decide this case. And to be honest, I will have to look into it more as far as jurisdiction, because if it is true that Candace Owens has no ties to Delaware, then they should not have filed a lawsuit in Delaware. They should have filed it in Tennessee, because that would be the appropriate venue. Well, hold on 1 second. I do have Candace Owens' affidavit about where she resides and where she does business. So let me actually read that first, so I can kind of give you a little insight into what I'm referring to.
Their filing includes a description of the circumstances in which they met. The president was a 15-year-old student at a Jesuit high school in Amiens when he first encountered Brigitte, then a 39-year-old married teacher with 3 children. So much of that is not true. Again, they're trying to say he's 15, he was 14. According to the filings, they, quote, formed a deeper intellectual connection when she directed a production of the 1971 Milan Kundera play, Jack and His Master, in which Macron played the lead role. And later, the two began meeting regularly to collaborate on another play. Their relationship, quote, remained within the bounds of the law, the filings say. But when the teenager's parents found out about his, quote, strong feelings for his teacher, they moved him to a different school. Before he left, he told her, "Whatever you do, I will marry you." Dude, you're such a creep. Like, the fact that you're stating this as a defense, and you're not even telling the truth here, okay? Because you can't ignore the facts of how old he was when he was in that play. You just can't. So happy to go through this in court. But do you realize how creepy you are? How creepy this sounds? His parents then took him away because I'm disgusting, right? Because I'm a creep. Because I had power over this student and tried to seduce him, not because I looked like Claudia Schiffer, because I'm just like a creepy old man. Like, that's what happened here. And you stating this is like, oh, it's so disgusting. Anyways, you have to also appreciate that
then Candace goes into, you're not someone that was like this teacher that was really stunning and hot and, you know, sexy. You were like a creepy old man. So again, attacking her sexuality, not sexuality, but her sex, a sexual identity, by saying that she's a creepy old man. So every time she's describing her gender, she's trying to say man, like she's a man.
Her lawyer told the Financial Times that they're willing to fly to the United States for this lawsuit, right? They are willing to commute to the United States, to Delaware courts, where they filed this. But they were unwilling, for some reason, to allow us to fly to France to interview Brigitte, which we offered to do before we started the series. They were also unwilling to simply answer our yes or no questions that we emailed to them so that we could ascertain facts. We did all of this before we aired the first episode, which makes the opening lines of their law.
What is annoying about Candace is that she believes that she has so much power and control over other people. Even right now with the Charlie Kirk situation, she's always saying, show me this, send me this, prove this, give me that. As if she's the freaking boss. Like, she's even telling like law enforcement to prove this or prove that or give her this evidence. Like, why would law enforcement give you evidence in an open case or open investigation that could interfere with the investigation? Why is Bridget Macron and Mayor Macron obligated to just sit there and answer your questions or even let you interview them? They have the right to say, no, we don't want to answer your questions. We don't have to let you into our private life, our private affairs. We don't have to do anything you fucking say. Fuck off. Like, I wish someone would just email me questions and be like, answer it. And if I refuse to answer it, then all of a sudden I'm guilty because I refuse to. Who are you? Are you the law enforcement? Are you the police, the FBI? Like, what gives you this authority to where you can just send questions to people and they're obligated to answer it? And if they refuse to answer and submit to your, you know, the almighty Candace Owens, then they're now guilty. She uses that all the time. Send me this, show me that, prove this, answer this, you know, respond to this. If you don't, then that's suspicious. No, you don't have the authority to haul anyone into court. Well, I mean, you don't have the authority to interrogate anyone you want at any moment, because who are you? Okay, so because they refuse to just answer every little question that you have, then now they're guilty of something. They are also saying that they did send you items or send you things, and you still went forward with this false information. And to prove their point, Candace, now that you were sued and they have all this evidence and all this stuff in their actual complaint, you're still calling them, you're still calling her man now. So that proves that no matter what she does or what she says to try to show evidence or proof, you're still going to call her man. It's not going to stop. Okay.
Lawsuit, especially egregious. It's just the audacious. It's like the audacity of the lies that Claire Locke is now telling. This is what they write in their opening complaint. This is Claire Locke. Ready? Can you pull up the opening lines where they say that we didn't allow them? Yeah. It says, in March of 2024, Candace, a right-wing podcaster, told the world that she would stake her entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is, in fact, a man, and then goes on to say, rather than engaging with President and Mrs. Macron's attempts to set the record straight, Owens mocked them and used them as additional fodder for her frenzied fan base. Okay, that's very interesting. So now we can just go ahead and show you when they contacted us, actually what they said was, she does not have to answer your questions about whether or not she is and always has been a woman. And we went back and told them, no, actually you do. And here are some more questions, and we're willing to sit down for an interview. I actually went into my computer today, found that letter.
Well, to be honest, she does not have to answer your questions. Like, you don't have any authority. They're the freaking, she's the first lady of France. That's the president of France. They don't have to answer your questions. It's the entitlement. They don't. No one, to be honest, no one has to answer your questions. I don't have to answer your questions. No one in the world has to answer your questions. Like, who are you? Hold on.
We sent to them and typed in the word interview to see how many times we mentioned the prospect of flying out to interview them. Again, we sent this letter to them before we ran the first episode of the show. So this was in early January. Let's pull up what we wrote here. Second, my lawyer tells them, your insistence that Mrs. Macron outright refuses to provide evidence of her gender alone creates significant reason to doubt her counsel-filtered denials. As such, Candace is interested in having Mrs. Macron comment on this controversy, and, as detailed below, Candace now extends Mrs. Macron a full opportunity to rebut the allegations at issue here. Should Mrs. Macron decline this opportunity, that fact, too, precludes a claim of actual malice. Okay, we can go on here. Elsewhere in this letter in which we wrote back to them, we wrote here, you state, because they did, that Mrs. Macron, and we quoted them here, does not owe Candace proof that she is and always has been a woman. But you are wrong for several reasons, and your statement on the matter, which we consider to be admissible evidence, precludes your claim of actual malice by itself. Elsewhere, in that exact same letter, as my lawyer just completely obliterated all their arguments, we included a subheading that says, questions for a fair and balanced interview. You guys remember this? These are the famous questions they declined to answer. And you can see I was searching the word interview, which is why it's highlighted in yellow here.
Y'all, I'm telling y'all, what is wrong with Candace? What is wrong with her? She's literally thinking that she has the right to send questions to people and they have to answer her questions or be accused of whatever she's saying. Like, if you don't answer my questions, then now you're going to be accused of whatever I want to accuse you of. If you don't allow us to interview you, then you're guilty. That's her logical reasoning. No one has to agree to an interview. No one has to answer your questions. Who are you? And if you actually watch her Charlie Kirk videos, when she's accusing people of having something to do with the Charlie Kirk unaliving, she has the same premise that if you don't show her video, if you don't produce emails, produce texts, show this or show that, then you're guilty. You have to give it to her because she's law enforcement. She's law enforcement. Okay, she's the boss. Everyone has to answer her. Like, you're a bully. Give me what I want. Give me your lunchbox, or I'm gonna do this to you. What happens if someone wants to eat their lunch? What happens if they want to eat their lunch, or you got to snatch it from them? And you're a bully. You are an online bully. If you become a target of Candace Owens, she will bully you online with just lie after lie and disinformation and whatever she wants to say. And if you don't follow her rules and answer her questions and agree to be interviewed and give her this and give her that at her demand, she's going to say, oh, that's suspicious. If you are innocent, you would give it here. You would answer this. You would interview, you know.
It says, as such, we offer any date and time during the months of January, February, and March of 2025 for an interview between Candace and your clients. Candace, her producer, and a videographer will fly to Europe and arrange for a translator and studio in which the Macrons can answer questions. As you know, the first remedy for a defamation plaintiff is mitigation by, quote, using available opportunities to contradict the lie or correct the error and thereby to minimize its adverse impact on reputation. We then listed the questions. To facilitate this interview, we offer the following questions in advance, okay? We then list all of our questions, very simple questions. Did Brigitte Macron ever use the name Veronique? As an example, number 5, can you identify each child in the Amiens family photograph? Did Brigitte Macron physically give birth to 3 children? I don't know. If I'm trying to avoid being defamed, I would very happily reply, yes, Candace Owens, I physically gave birth to 4 children.
There she goes.
I swear, we can show you this, how we wrapped up this letter.
You have to answer her questions and follow her orders, or you're guilty. That's not a good argument. So if I have someone that's online harassing me and defaming me, and they want to send me a bunch of questions in my email, and I refuse to engage or go back and forth, and I refuse to answer their questions, does that now mean I'm guilty? Who says that? To be honest, at that point, you were her enemy. And I hate to say this, but it's true. Once I see you as my enemy, I don't want to engage. I'm not answering any questions. Even if you ask me, like, what's my favorite food? What's my favorite color? My answer is fuck off. I don't have to answer to you. Who are you? So there's a sense of entitlement that Candace has, to where she feels empowered and she feels superior, or she feels like she has the authority to order anyone, including the First Lady of France, around, and to order anyone that she wants to answer questions. And if you refuse to answer questions or be interviewed, now you're going to be, deemed automatically as guilty of whatever she's alleging. When the truth is, most people, if you know someone has bad intentions, you're going to say, fuck off. I'm not answering any of your questions. That's what people truthfully would do. I don't even care how simple the question is. How are you feeling today? Fuck off. That's my response. I don't like you. Get out of my inbox. You've been lying on me on all these videos. You're online doing this and that to me. I'm not answering any of your questions. Simple. And I have the right and freedom to. And you said, do an interview or you're guilty. I'm be like, huh? I don't want to be in person with you. I don't want to do an interview with you. I just want you to leave me alone. And then you're going to say, well, if you don't do it, you're guilty, or you're being unreasonable, or you're hiding something. That's unfair.
Here are more of the questions, which you guys are welcome to pause and read in your own time, and then we can show you how we ended it. We urge you to respond to this letter on or before January 23rd, 2025, so we can make arrangements to schedule.
Oh my gosh. And the audacity to say a timeline. Yo, Candace is something else. She actually gave a deadline. The audacity is what I would say if someone were to do that to me. Someone I dislike, someone online defaming me, someone harassing me, someone that is making up rumors about me, to demand that I answer questions, demand that I allow them to interview me, and demand that I do everything by a certain deadline. Oh my gosh. Yeah. And people, some people actually were like, yeah, just follow the rules. According to who? I want to know who you are, because even if you're a law enforcement, people will say I have the right to an attorney. But this is Candace Owens, a political commentator, a YouTuber, with all these demands, even of the First Lady of France and the President of France. If you have that much power, I want to know who gave it to you. Was it Donald Trump? Because I'm confused. He's even telling you to back down, that he met Brigitte Macron in person and that she's all woman.
An interview with the Macrons. We reserve all our clients' rights, claims, and remedies. This letter does not contain a full recitation of the facts underlying this matter. They did not reply to our answers. They did not tell us, yes, we'd like to interview or rebut things and say, they basically just said, she doesn't owe you anything. She's always been a woman. That's not how this works, okay? That's not how this works. You could have easily provided evidence.
So then Candace says that's not how this works. Why? That is how it works. No one owes you anything. You're not law enforcement. You don't have any authority. Who are you? I would love for Candace to answer that, but you know what? She won't answer it. She will say, "It's easy. Do I have kids? I have 4. Do I work in Tennessee?" She will just say, "I will answer these questions. It's not that hard. It's not that hard to answer these questions. So why not just answer them?" So she would just try to use herself as an example. I'll answer them. Yeah, that's different because these are your questions and you're asking them of your enemy. Now, let me actually find out who's Candace's enemy. Who is one of Candace Owens' enemies? Someone you don't like, someone you hate and despise. Let me find out your enemy and who that person is. And I bet you that if that person demanded you to answer questions, demanded that they be allowed to interview you, and demanded it all be done by a certain day, and you hated that person, you despise that person has been lying on you on the internet, you would say no. Like, who the fuck are you? Because that's what you are, Candace. You would say no. You will be like, no one bosses me around. No one tells Candace Owens what to do. You would go live and say, look what someone is trying to tell me what to do. That's what you would do. And then who gives them the authority to send you a list of questions? That's what you would do if it's an enemy. So when you are comparing what you would do with what someone else would do, you have to give a similar story and a similar comparison. Of course, you will answer the questions because these are your questions. She is not going to answer these questions because these are from an enemy that has bad intentions. And your questions are not really questions. They're accusatory. They're accusatory and they're exploratory. You're trying to explore and fish for information so you can then use those and flip those and twist those into your own narratives to fuel your conspiracies. If you actually look at the questions that she has presented, they have a certain narrative that they're trying to get to or a certain spin. So if you answer certain questions from a conspiracist, they're going to use those answers to twist and spin and reword and twist what you said. If you know anything about interviews, people that do that, they twist and spin what you say and edit and crop, and the next thing you know is all over the place and it's worse than what it was to begin with. So I never would answer questions from an enemy. I would not let an enemy interview me because they're going to chop and screw it all up and edit it to what they want to. No, I would never give them that much power over me to be able to chop and screw what I've said. Okay?
Or answered simple yes or no questions, which we would have said was an actual statement coming from you, but you've refused to do that in this context, just like you refused to do it overseas. It's why they overturned the defamation claim that you were holding on to, hoping that this would somehow prove that you weren't born a man, something that is so easy to debunk. Hi, where are the first 30 years of your life? Where are the photos of you raising Tefan? There should be so much. You say you have 3 kids. Did you take no photos of you having those kids the first day you held those kids? What about pictures from your wedding day? Tons of pictures from your wedding day. You've only shown that one, which was filtered through by Mimi Marchand, who we're going to talk about in a second. I want to be very clear. It is so obvious what you are doing, okay? You went to the Financial Times as opposed to contacting my lawyer, who you've had contact with. You went to the Financial Times because you're trying to appeal to a...
Here's the thing. You have already said that they were in communication with you and trying to send you a retraction demand. And you expect them to keep on communicating with you. Their whole thing is to send you a retraction demand and try to give you a chance to back down and then to sue you. They're not entitled. I mean, they're not obligated to continue a back and forth through any communication or email. So you have some sort of sense of power that you feel like you have some sense of authority or power over others that's non-existent. And then when people don't, you know, they don't bend to your will, then you bully them into and you hammer in, or you use that lack of compliance to further smear the person. That's what you do.
Very specific type of person, a certain class of people that you have to face now, who now know that you have a penis. Okay, that's beyond obvious. Even in your filing, the filing actually reads this, and I quote, "As a result of the false and defamatory accusations and implications published by the defendants, the Macrons' relationships with other members of the government, potential political allies, and others have been undermined as a result of the false and defamatory." Like, you are also stating here, the Macrons' integrity and fitness as political and governmental leaders has been undermined. That's exactly what this is all about. It's about you not wanting to stand across from Kate Middleton, having her glance down quickly, and, you know, give a knowing look to William. That's what it is. You're embarrassed. You are embarrassed. And so you want to save face by being like, well, we sued her. Yeah, we know we can't win. We know it's literally an impossible mountain to scale. We know she very clearly has presented a lot of evidence I'm a man. That's why the whole world believes you're a man. Okay? People didn't watch this series.
The whole world believes you're a man. So she's still hunkering down that, you know, she's a man. And I don't believe she's a man at all. So I wouldn't say the whole world believes that she's a man. And to be honest, I don't even think Candace Owens believes that Bridget is a man. She saw an opportunity for a conspiracy and a way to profit off of someone else's, you know, a previous. She's not the first one to come up with the fact that Bridget is a man. She saw how much attention it got before, and she kind of pushed it in America, in the United States. It was already an international thing. Then she brought it over here in America, and I believe that she thought she was untouchable in America and that she would not be sued in America. But lo and behold, Bridget Macron and Mayor Macron has decided to sue her in America.
If what I was saying was ridiculous, okay, this wouldn't have gone viral. It wouldn't have gone viral. It would have been so beyond what anybody could plausibly imagine could be true. They would have said that was weird. I don't know why Candace did 5 hours on this. Instead, we converted people into believers of this story because there was that much evidence.
She said she converted people into believers because there's that much evidence. No, there's a lot of manipulation. A lot of manipulation to where a lot of people have not really completely followed how she's a man. Okay? And some people are just entertained by it. Just like you said, oh, are you not entertained? I think that if people were properly explained what you're trying to get across or what you're trying to get them to believe, more people will actually question it, okay? Some people don't actually understand it. They actually just look at Bridget Macron and say, oh, she does look like a man. So they just believe it. They don't actually know the whole origin of why you're saying it or what evidence you're actually using to prove it, and how that evidence can be possibly debunked, right? So that's what I believe. And I think some people are just entertained by it because you're literally going author the First Lady of France, saying that she has a penis, she finally gathers some balls, that she pees when she stands up. It's humorous at best, right?
Contrary. While you produce no evidence and won't answer questions, we produced 5 hours of evidence alongside the reporting of Xavier Poussard. Okay? So what you are trying to do with this lawsuit, it's again very obvious, is you're trying to defame me. That's why this lawsuit is littered with factual inaccuracies. It's got all of these points that have nothing to do with the substance. Crone,
Yeah.
the shirt sold out.
Oh, I lost my spot. Hold on. This thing is acting wonky. So she said you're trying to defame me. Oh my gosh, what a complete flip on this whole situation when she says you're trying to defame me. How in the world are they trying to defame you? That doesn't make any sense. Hold on.
Should Mrs. Macron decline this opportunity, that tell us, yes, we'd like to interview or rebut things and say they basically just said she doesn't owe you anything. She's always been a potential political allies and others have been undermined as a result of the false defamation. Like, you are also stating here the Macron's integrity and fitness as political and governmental leaders has been undermined. That's exactly what this is all about. It's about you not wanting to stand across from Kate Middleton, having her glance down quickly and, you know, give a knowing look to William. That's what it is. You're embarrassed. You are embarrassed. And so you want to save face by being like, well, we sued her. Yeah, we know we can't win. We know it is literally an impossible mountain to scale. We know she very clearly has presented a lot of evidence that I'm a man. That's why the whole world believes you're a man. Okay? People didn't watch this series. If what I was saying was ridiculous, okay, people would not, this wouldn't have gone viral. It wouldn't have gone viral. It would have been so beyond what anybody could plausibly imagine could be true. They would have said that was weird. I don't know why Candace did 5 hours on this. Instead, we converted people into believers of this story because there was that much evidence to the contrary. While you produced no evidence and won't answer questions, we produced 5 hours of evidence alongside the reporting of Xavier Poussard. Okay? So what you are trying to do with this lawsuit, it's again very obvious, is you're trying to defame me. That's why this lawsuit is littered with factual inaccuracies. It's got all of these points that have nothing to do with the substance of what you're even coming after me for. You're trying to delegitimize the reporting by smearing my character. A catastrophic, by the way, PR strategy, which is dressed up as a lawsuit. Okay? It's incredible, if you read through this, guys, that Brigitte actually and intentionally defames me throughout the filing. Says all of these things that are untrue. Attributes quotations to me that I've never said. Here are just a few of the things that she says about me that have nothing to do, by the way, with her penis. Okay, these are just hilarious points of the lawsuit. Here's one. She has promoted a range of conspiracy theories, including anti-vaccine falsehoods, long debunked anti-Semitic tropes, such as a blood libel and Holocaust distortion, going so far as to dismiss the...
Now, I will say this. I don't think it was a great idea for Bridget Macron, her team. I don't think it was a great idea to include a biography of Candace. I don't see the point. Like, to just say that she's a political commentator would have sufficed. But they actually went into great deal trying to give her whole life history and story. And for that, you know, it could be potential things that are defamatory or not true in that. Especially if you just Google things and you don't actually do a thorough research. So I really don't even understand why they gave that whole spiel and they devoted so many pages to, you know, trying to give a biography on Candace Owens. I don't. So for that, I will say that was odd. Now, again, just a brief statement about who Candace Owens is would have sufficed, but they went into great detail trying to give her whole life history and story. And yeah, but for that, you will have to have your own lawsuit. That's not a part of the actual claim against you. So it really is immaterial at that point. It's irrelevant to the whole accusation and lawsuit.
Atrocities of Joseph Mengelé's medical experiments as mere propaganda. Her content is not intended to inform, but to inflame and attract the attention through sensationalism and conspiracy theories. None of that is true. None of that is true. Unfortunately, too many people watch my podcast. They're not going to believe you. But again, you're appealing to the people that don't watch podcasts, right? You're like, oh, look, Holocaust denier. Don't even look at the series. Or Holocaust distorter. I didn't even mention Joseph Mengele and what Brigitte's referring to, but that doesn't matter. Again, this has nothing to do with the substance of what they're coming after me for, but they're including this because they want their friends to go, oh, well, I better not listen to anything else. It says right here in the lawsuit that she's a Holocaust distorter. It goes on in the lawsuit to state this. Owens alleged that secret Jewish gangs commit horrific things in Hollywood. You'll note here that they only put gangs in quotations. And
And also what I noticed is that Candace is focusing on the inaccurate statements about her and the lawsuit as a way to deflect away from what the lawsuit is about. The lawsuit is about you and your defamation. It's not really about those statements about your biography and your statements. If you have an issue with that, then you need to file your own lawsuit or maybe a counterclaim against them for their statements in there. But that's just like your biography. It's kind of like the part of the lawsuit where they tell a little information about the plaintiff and a little information about the background of the defendant. It's not even in the claims portion where they're actually alleging anything against you. So it's immaterial and it's irrelevant to the overall lawsuit. It's insignificant, should I say.
Horrific things, but it was fun for them to add Jewish. And on social media, she repeated the long debunked blood libel myth that Jewish people drink the blood of Christian children. I mean, that is unbelievable. That is the most absurd lie that you could possibly put in a lawsuit. Bring it up. Wouldn't you include that in the lawsuit with a picture of that? I said that Jews are going around drinking the blood of Christian children. Are you out of your mind? Yes, Brigitte, you are out of your effing mind. This is your strategy. You're defaming me because you don't want people to continue to watch the series. But I'm sorry, my friend, the train has left the station. There's even a section of this lawsuit which is hilarious because they list quote unquote factual statements and they're not factual at all. I don't even know if Claire Locke knows what the definition of a fact is. This is it. Let me pull this up for you. It's literally entitled Factual Allegations, and right under, President Macron rose to the power in France, embodying a modern dynamic image of leadership that resonates with many citizens. Like that, that is not a factual statement. You can't just be like, factual statement, I am beautiful and powerful and dynamic and people love me. What are we doing? What are we doing here? I think it even says more as a factual statement. Pull that up again. It says,
so all Candace is doing is trying to attack the complaint and point out things that she can, make fun of or say is inaccurate. So if you find a couple of things in the lawsuit that you say are defamatory or are lies and are false, and then you can make people question the whole lawsuit. So she's just trying to discredit the lawsuit in its entirety by, find 3 things or 4 things that are wrong about it, and then people will think the whole thing is fake and fraud and phony and false. So she's trying to discredit the lawsuit. That's all she's trying to do. And the only way you can do that, Candace, is you have to talk about the actual complaint and the claims against you. The claim is not about, the lawsuit is not about whether he's a great president or not, or what the public thinks about his presidency. It's not about any of that. It's not about your beliefs or political beliefs. The lawsuit is about your defamatory statements about Bridget Macron and Emmanuel Macron. That's what it's about. All this other stuff to discredit is not going to help because those are not the arguments that this is about. So to discredit this lawsuit, you need to discredit the actual complaint arguments, such as the defamatory statements that were made about the Macrons, not about anything about you and not about opinion statements such as his presidency and how the public feels about him. So stick to the actual topic. This is a deflection away from the actual complaint allegations.
Yeah, from an early age, he demonstrated intellectual curiosity and emotional sensitivity. Homie, that is not a factual statement. Just because you label it factual statement does not make it so. Then they have this statement, which is just false. Candace has a British citizenship through her husband, George. No, I don't. I am not a British citizen. You can't just say stuff. You can't just put stuff on paper. What are you doing? What is the point of that? The next statement.
Bravo, Candace. That's fine. Everything that's inaccurate or is hilarious or anything that is opinion, and let's make fun of it. So now everyone will think the whole lawsuit is a farce. And, discredit the whole lawsuit because of a few things in there that are inaccurate or opinion instead of fact. It's not going to work because at the end of the day, people are still going to be wondering about the key issue. And that is she or is she not a man? Did she or did she not groom Emmanuel Macron and issue a pedophile, we have to worry about the real allegations of the complaint and not this stuff you're nitpicking. You're nitpicking at this point. Let's stick to the actual complaint allegations, please. A mess. No more deflection. Okay, I get it. There's inaccuracies in there. Our opinions listed as facts. We get it. But now let's go back to the actual case itself. Okay, the complaint itself and the allegations in the complaint and the causes against you.
It reads, French courts said Natasha Ray and Amandine Roy defamed Brigitte. Okay, well, that's called a lie by omission, because not mentioned here is the rather negating fact that the higher French courts said she didn't defame you. Okay? Again, you're trying to groom the courtrooms here. I feel like this is what Brigitte's trying to groom our courtrooms into believing these lies. And then they introduce this as another fact. They write, quote, the
higher courts did not say there was no defamation. What are you talking about? The higher courts never said there's never any defamation. Hold on.
She, meaning me, launched her website fueled by her desire to make these specific false claims about the Macrons without adhering to content moderation policies. What? I launched CandaceOwens.com because I wanted to be able to speak about your relation. Are you crazy? I have an entire Shot in the Dark series. We have covered so many things. How can you just say that that's a fact? That's completely absurd. The entire series is available on YouTube right now. Okay? Right now. Then they write this, which is ridiculous. They said Owens supported these claims of violence and criminality with statements that the Macrons are surrounded by criminals, pedophiles, and a quote-unquote extraordinary syndicate. She claimed that they purposefully hire employees who, quote, will break you down and use, quote, tactics of blackmail and coercion. Again, sampling quotations and accusing me here, I think, of telling the truth about the people that you hire, the people that are around you, and the things that they have been accused of. First and foremost, Mimi Marchand. Yeah, your PR thug. Let's just check out Mimi's Wikipedia page, since this is like coming up from Candace. I think Mimi's been in some trouble. We can scroll down here. I think it's under her yeah, here it is. Controversies. In addition to her criminal past, Marchand was accused or suspected of forging documents in several cases, including a false marriage certificate to Vincent Linden and Caroline of Monaco, and a fabricated interview. Like, that might be relevant, that this was the person that everyone had to go through to learn anything about your past. That what limited photos you provided, what were there, a total of 4 from before the time that you were 30 when you were married, all went through Mimi Marchand, who has been in trouble.
So here's the thing. Not everyone has an extensive photo album. Like, some people have like a photo of like every single moment of their life, and others barely take any photos. Some people take selfies like a million times a day. Some people barely even take selfies. So not everyone has pictures. There are some people actually have pictures and then maybe got lost or destroyed over time, or things happened to them. So you cannot really just go by who has a photo of this or that. Okay, it depends on the person and how often they photograph things or record or videotape or archive their life. Especially someone at her age, not everyone has a bunch of photos. To be honest, I think more people that are born in probably millennials and Gen Z will probably have more photos than other people, because the time of the age of technology, how technology works. Especially now with Gen Z, definitely will have a lot of photos. So like, everything is like on the camera or photos. But even then, that's not always going to be the case. But the older someone is, the less likely they'll have a lot of photos of them as a child. Okay? And especially as a baby.
For producing false documents. That might be relevant. It might be relevant also. We mentioned Claude Levesque. Yeah, did you not handpick him as the artist? Did you not use his carpet? And then he later got charged with rape and sexual assault of minors. You were very involved in styling the office of your husband. Did I lie when I mentioned Olivier Duhamel, the person who played a significant role in Macron's campaign? Did I lie when I said that You guys worked with him on the campaign, and then he admitted to molesting his stepson when his stepdaughter came out and said they would have these weird parties.
Listen.
People got molested. Where did I lie? You can't just put...
You cannot keep on trying to cherry pick this article, the complaint. Now you're trying to go through it and point out things that you feel are truthful and cannot be called a lie. Can you actually just go through the complaint and just go to, the statements that are being, that you're being sued over? She is saying, do you need people to spell it out? That you are saying that she's a man and that she has biological and scientific evidence that proves the opposite, that she was born a woman. She has 3 children, or 3, yeah. So that's the actual lie. So stick to the actual statements that you are being accused of lying about and defaming her over. And stop trying to talk about things that you're not being sued over. Yeah, because that's a deflection. So I'm going to start calling you the queen of deflection. So let's stick to the topics that are of relevance to the lawsuit, and that's what you're being sued over. Anything else is fluff and a deflection away from the issue.
Things in quotation marks and pretend like I was not justified in presenting the facts of the cast of characters that surround you, the many. And that's just naming a few on this episode. Go back and watch the series. You can't hide this stuff. And then I have to tell you guys, there's a portion where the lawsuit is just funny, right?
And also, there is a saying, birds of a feather flock together. However, that's not always true. Sometimes you're around people, or you are associated with certain people that you have nothing to do with their personal life. For example, you might have a friend that's a hoe and you're not a hoe. Hate to use that as an example, but their whole activities has nothing to do with you. Their whole behavior has nothing to do with you. You're not being a hoe, but that's their lifestyle, a whole lifestyle, okay? Promiscuous lifestyle. So it's not always, you still, you might love that person, care about that person, that's your friend or a family member. But even for family, you might be around family members and that's your family, but you're not responsible for every action that a family member does. You're not responsible for any crimes they might commit, any political beliefs they might have, any hate they might have for others. I'm not responsible for anyone besides myself. So sometimes people are flocked together because there are certain ties or associations or friendships or familial ties. But that's the extent, or some sort of business relationship or other things like that. And even then, you might not even know what someone's secret life is or double life is, and you might even know them or consider them someone you associate with. But please do not associate me. Do not base my characteristics or my personality off of who I associate with or who's around me. Now, some people will say, well, it's not great to associate with people you wouldn't want to be associated or affiliated with you, or that could mess up your name. But that's not how life really works. Okay. It's not. So with that being said, that's not always the case. So you cannot start attacking Bridget Macron for people that are around her in any capacity. You can only attack Bridget for what Bridget does and not what her husband does, or a business associate does, or friend does, or anyone else does. Only come after DaniRobertson for what Dani does. Do not come after me for what someone else says or does. I'm not responsible for another grown-up's behaviors or actions. Okay? Let's be clear. And so I wouldn't go there. And again, what does this have to do with the actual lawsuit itself, where you allege that she was born a man? And not just any man, but her brother, Jean. Don't forget that she is not just saying that she was born a man. She's saying that she's her actual brother that is still alive, that goes to some of the same events that she goes to. Yeah, so she's saying that she was born a man and born as her brother, who is a man. Okay?
I don't even know where we're going with this. They wrote, she posted a photo on X of Owens in a t-shirt showcasing a fake Time magazine Man of the Year cover featuring Mrs. Macron. The shirt sold out. I thought that was funny. So, I did. We restocked this shirt We are restocking this. We're going to go ahead and sell 1,000 more. So if you want to.
Oh, here she goes again. She wanted to put the shirt back up to sell 1,000 more and to restock the shirt. So she saw this lawsuit as an opportunity to relaunch her shirt that has sold out previously. Why not? Everyone is talking about the lawsuit. Why not use this as a time to market the shirt and put it back out there and make more money? So now, of course, Bridget Macron is going to say, see, it's all about profit. It's all about monetizing this defamation. Now, I will say this. I don't see why the First Lady of France and Emmanuel Macron, the President of France, why would their lawyers not do extensive research and actually file this lawsuit in Tennessee? I'm confused as to why they filed this in Delaware. And that's possibly why Candace is not taking this seriously, because just by procedural things such as jurisdiction, it could be dismissed. And then they will have to restart this lawsuit in Tennessee if they're serious about restarting it. So it's essentially, if there's no real jurisdiction, specific or general jurisdiction to Delaware, this case is going to get dismissed based on jurisdiction. So it's a waste of time. And that's probably why she doesn't care. But I mean, she should care, because all they have to do is really just say, okay, thank you for telling us that you're in Tennessee. So let's refile this in Tennessee. Especially if it's dismissed without prejudice. Without prejudice means they can refile it. Simply just in the right jurisdiction this time.
Get your Man of the Year t-shirt. You can do that right now, because what's your claim here? I sold a t-shirt, a parody. And there's you, Man of the Year. Yeah, it's funny. That's fine. This is okay. I'm allowed to do that. I don't know what goes on in France, but I'm very much allowed to do that here. Parody is protected.
Hold up. No. Candace, I saw what you did there. Oh, no. She said she's allowed to sell the t-shirt because it's parody. No, you have not been selling this whole situation that she's a man as some sort of parody or skit or satire. So I see now that she's trying to go to this parody angle to where, oh, Man of the Year times, it's parody, satire is not to be taken seriously. No, you've been saying that she's a man. And by putting her on a shirt as Man of the Year, you're actually building on that same defamatory claim. Yeah, she exactly, so sneaky. She's trying to now argue parody so she can... Candace, you just told on yourself. Because if you really thought that she was a man, you wouldn't be saying anything about a parody, satire, or anything like that, and to where it's protected speech. You would say just freedom of speech, and I can say she's a man, she is a man. I'm there's no satire, parody about it. She's a man. So I see now, you are just lying on this lady for content and profit. You just told on yourself, oh, it's a parody. That's not how you were selling it. Okay, now technically someone could say, well, parody is that, she's not really Times Man of the Year. That was a joke. But the underlying theme is that she's a man. And by putting her on the shirt, you extended that to the shirt by saying that she's a man and you're giving her this false title, Man of the Year, which is a parody, but at the same time, it's not really, because the underlying claim that she's a man is still present in that. Well, Candace is smart, so she's going to try to, spin and weasel her way out of it. That's going to be the job of her lawyers, to weasel her way out of this situation, okay? And her job is going to try to weasel her way out of the situation without losing credibility, which is going to be hard. The best thing to do is being hopeful that this is dismissed based on procedural things such as jurisdiction, because once it got down to discovery and real answers, there's no way she's going to win. And at this point, I can see it being procedural as far as jurisdiction, unless they can really make it so that she has ties to Delaware. And there has to be specific things for her to have ties to Delaware. She has to live there, have like domicile there. She has to have a business there. She has to have significant ties to Delaware. And she's saying that that's just her registered agent, that she has nothing to do with Delaware. So they won't be able to haul her into a Delaware court to handle this case. So it can be technically dismissed based on even that. But we'll see.
So there we go. And I got to tell you guys, the internet is having fun with this, recognizing how absurd it is that we don't even know what your argument is. Here's just some funny reactions that I saw floating on X. This person, Brad Pierce, writes, Brigitte Macron's lawyer. My client may be a groomer pedophile who sexually abused a student, but she is not a man. The American public, you do get how that's worse, right? It's very funny. Also, Milo accurately says the Macrons just made the most spectacular PR blunder I've ever seen in my entire life, maybe the worst ever. I agree. It's all very irresistible. And shout out to my PR person for giving the statement when I refused to give a statement. I just read this. What did Mitchell say? He said in a statement, Candace repeatedly requested an interview with Brigitte Macron. The statement said, instead of offering a comment, Brigitte is resorting to trying to bully a reporter into submission. In France, politicians can bully journalists, but this is not France, it's America. It's absolutely true. We're not going to shut up. You're not going to bully us. Frankly, I find this all to be irresistible and delicious. The lawsuit is just, it's what we could just go a lot of places here. The discovery alone is going to be out of this world. We would be required to depose President Donald Trump, getting to the bottom of that conversation. I bet there were cameras. Maybe we'd be able to get, maybe he was wired. I don't know. Maybe we could actually hear what you said. It sounded pretty panicked. I don't know, when I got the phone call, same day, definitely had to have been urgent. Certainly wasn't an afterthought. Same day that you were here, I got the phone call. So what's going on? Which, by the way, he acknowledges that the phone call happened in this file.
So she's over there smirking and laughing about it, how these two presidents had a conversation about little old innocent Candace Owens, who just exerting her right to freedom of speech, and how they had a whole conversation about how she needs to back down from calling Brigitte Macron a man. And now she's saying that, you know, Donald Trump can be questioned even, or brought in for questioning as to what happened in that conversation with Emmanuel Macron about her. She enjoys this so much, like the power she has over people. Like, even though she's Candace Owens, a political commentator, she has so much power to have the Donald Trump to call her the same day he sat down with the president of France, Emmanuel Macron, two presidents talking about her. She feels so powerful, and that sort of power has led to her now believing that she can send her enemies or anyone questions and demand that they answer the question. She can demand anyone to interview with her, demand people, even with the Charlie Kirk incident, to give her evidence. Even law enforcement must give her evidence. I've worked on, criminal cases before, and you cannot just, demand the police give you evidence. That's interfering with an investigation. That can mess up an investigation. That can just destroy evidence. It's a lot of things with that. So what police officer would give you, FBI or anyone? Also, a lot of people keep on saying, I will talk about it with the Charlie Kirk stuff, but saying that some people are disappearing or not speaking, when a lot of witnesses and others have been told not to speak because they're going to be a witness in the case. Duh. So there is somewhat of a gag order on actual witnesses. So people are saying, oh, the Lance person and the boyfriend disappeared. He's not speaking anymore. He can't. He's a key witness in the case. He can't speak. But that's what conspiracists do. They constantly say, oh, this person is not speaking, they disappeared. No, they cannot answer questions. They cannot speak. They're gagged. Now, Candace was saying that she was gagged, which she was just trying to insert herself into this case, the Charlie Kirk case. Anyway, that's a whole nother topic. Let's stick to the Macrons. Okay, let's stick to the Macrons, but I will talk about the Charlie Kirk stuff in the Charlie Kirk live. Okay, hold on.
My lawyer being able to sit across and ask Brigitte Macron questions about her penis. Brigitte would then be compelled for the first time to answer them under oath, again, for the first time, because you've just been ditching and dodging and going after people that are powerless, people that have cancer, literally Natasha Ray, for misspeaking on one statement that she made. Yeah, that's the real bullying that has taken place. And I have to tell you that you have definitively met your match. I cannot stand corruption. I cannot stand people that think they have the power to use and abuse people and then call up their rich homies in the press, right? Powerful homies in the press and say, go after this person. I don't like that. I don't like the attack dogs that you're sending around. It's very obvious because you played the game this morning. Like I said, you sent this lawsuit because you wanted to smear me, and it's not going to work, okay? You've met your match. And in case you haven't checked what time it is, this is not the world that you grew up in. People are tired of this, okay? We're paying attention to what's happening with Epstein, what's going on here. We are revolting against this. We're revolting against the perverts that run the world. And I want to be very clear here. I count you among them. I think you're sick. I think you're disgusting. And I am fully prepared to take on this battle on behalf of the entire world. Okay? That's what I'm going to say. On behalf of the entire world, I will see you in court. Anyways, throwing into some of our sponsors before we get into a couple of updates on the Epstein front.
Another thing that Candace does is she's always trying to make herself some sort of, not, I would say, martyr or anything, but she always tries to make herself into someone that's on the front lines, fighting for everyone's rights, willing to, you know, take on the cause and the fight for everyone and for everyone's benefit. That she's good, she's doing it for, you know, the sake of the world and for everyone, that she's fighting this good fight for everyone's interest. When the truth is, it's all for her own pockets, to line her own pockets. It's not for that. But when she does that, she's actually pulling at people to say, guess what? I need all of you to back me and support me. I'm doing something that most people won't do, refuse to do, that are afraid to do. I'm brave enough to stand against this person and that person and go against the whole world, and no one is going to stop me. And then people are going to say, go, Candace, go. And then they're going to back her and support her, thinking that she's fighting this good fight, when essentially she's actually just smearing people, lying on people, defaming people, and getting rich off everyone that's backing her conspiracies. And at the last minute, she's most likely going to say, you know, it was all a joke and it was a parody, it was a satire, and it wasn't to be taken seriously. But that's not how you were selling it. You were selling it as truth, not a parody or satire. But, you know, I believe she's going to do the same thing Jack does, backpedal and things like that. That's if things get serious. As of now, she believes that this will be dismissed for the wrong jurisdiction.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. I am pro-life. That means standing with mothers before their baby is born and long after. And that's exactly why I partner with Preborn. Preborn isn't out to judge women. They're making motherhood possible. They provide free ultrasounds. They share the gospel of Jesus Christ. And most importantly, they stay after the baby is born with real practical support that they give to expecting mothers via diapers, baby clothes, even housing and financial help for up to 2 years after the baby is born. Because that's what true Christ-centered compassion looks like. And here's how you can be a part of it. For just $28, you can give a mom a free ultrasound, one chance to see her baby, and then she'll become twice as likely to choose life. Preborn is on a mission to rescue 70/Candace, PDS debt, everything. These are all my friends. You guys can't do anything because we have... By accident, you didn't know what book was in the background, didn't know what book was in the office. Was it a mistake? We depose you. Attention, it's getting weird. There's just too many pedophiles in the mix that are being protected by courts and the press that's lying and telling us to look the other way and don't look over there and maybe distraction. We don't like it. And Epstein, as we know, was a fan of Paris. All the best pedophiles are. By the way, I'll just ask you, Brigitte, was it a mistake, we depose you, that you had Andre Gide's book, the official presidential portrait of Emmanuel Macron, with a self-admitted pedophile, self-admitted pederast that Andre Gide, the author, was. Not by accident. He didn't know what book was in the background, didn't know what book was in the office, just happened to be Andre Gide, who was molesting Muslim kids. In Algeria? Is that what we're doing? Are we pretending like that was all an accident? Like I said, the evidence is overwhelming. You were laughing in our face. It was like, I got away with everything. These are all my friends. You guys can't do anything because we have made it into the Elysee Palace. And now the world's looking and you don't like it, right? Because that's what it means. You've had unchecked power for so long that you were able to like groom a student and marry him and control the press and control the narrative. You don't even know what it looks like to be treated the same. You think that you're special. You're not special. You are unique in how positively disgusting you are. You sicken me. I'm someone that has children. So I'm ready for this fight. Trust me, I am ready for this fight. All sickos will be exposed, okay? Everything's gonna be exposed. So let's do it. Let's get to the part where we get to depose you and we get to request documents and we get to request emails and we get to request conversations between you and Mimi Marchand to see how you're really dealing with this behind the scenes. Let's get to that point. Anyways, on the Epstein matter, because like I said, all the best people love Paris. Of course, he was in Paris and was working with Jean-Luc Brunel, who then conveniently killed himself when charges were brought against him for human trafficking. We know that these men were dealing with minors. A lot of that happened under the Parisian watch. I wonder why that is. And regarding that case, there's been an update. We are getting into the Jeffrey Epstein files. It's all going to become connected. And I think in part that's why they're coming after me. It's like the process is supposed to be the battle that I have. They want me to be tired. I'm not. I'm energized. I'm energized by the idea of exposing you little sickos. I really am. Anyways, a judge has just, shockingly, denied the release of the Jeffrey Epstein transcripts in Florida. A federal judge ruled on Wednesday that they were going to deny a request to unseal the grand jury transcripts of a federal investigation into Jeffrey Epstein. Now, we remember Trump had called for the release of the grand jury testimony, and I told you, yeah, don't bet on that. And he was calling for that in response to pressure from lawmakers, obviously pressure from us, pressure from the supporters. Like I said, we want to know who is in control. We want to know why these people still have power, and we're not letting up on this. Like, the time is now. We are at the gates and we need to stay there. Anyways, the judge that made that ruling did say something quite curious. She said that the law does not permit her to grant the government's request and that her hands were tied. Not sure what to make of that. Like I said, I believe that this was a bit of PR, pretending that they were going to ask for it. I'm wondering if the insinuation here that her hands are tied could be similar to Alexander Acosta back when he was the one who cut the 2007 deal with Epstein, which basically said, yeah, whatever, you molested children, but we're going to let you off and let you run the sheriff's office. He similarly indicated that his hands were tied because he was told that Epstein was an asset, that Epstein was above his pay grade, meaning he is a part of the state. He's CIA. And that makes sense in the context of William Barr, Donald Barr, his father, the early CIA, the OSS, being the one that pulled Epstein up through the system. All of that makes sense. I don't know why, but Pam Bondi sees no evidence.
Right, hold on. Okay, let's go ahead and get into the actual complaint. And what we're going to do is we're going to be going over, before this whole thing can take off, really, we will be going over the complaint to see all the allegations against Candace Owens so that everyone can understand why she's being sued. Candace likes to deflect away from the true nature, why everything in allegations and the whole timeline. And she goes on her platform in front of millions of viewers to give her side of the story, her spin and her angle. And unfortunately with that, people are not really understanding what the Macrons have to say or their side of the story. And as in anything in life, as with everything in life, you need to have all sides of a story to make an informed decision. Okay. So we need to actually review the actual complaint and see what the Macrons have to say as far as their side. How many times they have reached out to Candace? What are the allegations against Candace? How did the Macrons meet according to their own timeline and story? And what do they have to say about how, the series that was made against them, Becoming Bridget by Candace? What has their experience been like with Candace as far as Candace sending them emails demanding answers? What have they responded to Candace Owens as far as that goes? Now, they had an original complaint back in July, and then they actually updated it. And one key thing they updated in the actual amended complaint was to say that Candace has now started a Becoming Bridget like season 2. So they were pretty much saying, hey, ever since that we followed this, she still is continuing to call me a man, continue with the same lies. And in fact, she has restarted the series, or should I say started the series back up with this part 2 or season 2. So let's go ahead and listen to let's go ahead and read the actual complaint, at least half of it for today, and then we'll pick back up. Okay, hold on.
Is coming from the quote-unquote far right or the quote-unquote far left. These are not allegations that are coming from deep on a Reddit feed, okay? This is the reality. It is a couple in reality that has been involved in way too many pedophilic scandals, okay? Scandals that are related in some way or another to pedophiles. People that they've worked with, people that they were friends with, artists that they've hired. Things just didn't look right. Then, of course, I invited you guys to recognize that the press in France lied about their origin story. They lied about everything. They tried to present them as some modern couple, telling us that she was so hot, she was Claudia Schiffer, and even though he was 14, she was just irresistible. And then you see this picture, and you're going, what? That's a picture? The hot teacher that the press was trying to sell so people wouldn't question this odd relationship. A person that's 40 being attracted, or alleged to be 40, I actually think Brigitte's older than that, is attracted to a 14-year-old boy. That's disgusting. It's perverted. No matter what, this is an incredibly perverted story, which centers around individuals who happen to surround themselves with other perverts. That's the reality. You cannot look away from that. And then, of course, right about the time that President Donald Trump personally called me and told me that Emmanuel Macron asked him to order me to just stop talking about his wife's penis, then the world knew something was going on here, because that's not normal. That is completely not normal for a sitting president to get on a plane, to come over and visit another sitting president, discuss Ukraine and Russia, negotiations for world peace, and then to take him to the side and say, hey, so do you know Candace Owens, this podcaster? Yeah. That was the moment where the world went, it's over, pack it up, go home. There's clearly something here. So Brigitte is now pivoting strategies. That's what's happening.
Okay, just a second.
DDoS attacks all weekend. Essentially, our servers were being overwhelmed. Macron have pulled this off. Essentially, this mass suppression of the press, so that none of us were even aware of all of this weird stuff happening in their country. How is it that Emmanuel Macron, who was virtually unknown to the public a year before he came into power, managed to scuttle the campaign of Francois Fillon, the man who was a shoo-in essentially for the presidency? How did he do all of this? Well, for English speakers, it's a bit like the rise of Barack Obama. Sure, yes, Barack Obama was a senator and he therefore was involved in politics to some degree, but his ascension into the presidency did sort of in many ways come out of nowhere. Except Barack Obama was not married to someone who was more than 2 decades older than him. Emmanuel Macron, just to be very clear, and I will state this again and again, was just 14 years old when he appeared in a school play at his school called La Providence. Brigitte at that time was a teacher at the same school who ran a theater workshop. okay? She was, in fact, 39 years old at this time and allegedly married with 3 children. One of her children, Lawrence, was the same age and therefore in school with Emmanuel Macron, okay? So the story goes that she saw him perform in a play and she was just swept away, eventually unwilling to resist her feelings for the much younger prince. So much so that she eventually divorced her husband. She broke up her family because of this. Of course, this is objectively a very creepy story. So how on earth did they sell it to the French public? That's where we need to begin here. The answer, of course, as always, is through a very intense propaganda campaign that is filled with lies and severe intentional misrepresentations. As Xavier Poussard, that is the journalist that broke this incredible story, puts in his forthcoming book, he wrote this, quote, "To sell this improbable story, intense propaganda was deployed across all media, television, radio, and the internet. Books praising Brigitte and Emmanuel and glossy magazine covers saturated the public space. The aim was to subliminally instill in the minds a storytelling designed by the cream of the Parisian specialists of public image. This pulpy narrative told the story of Emmanuel Macron, a precocious and virtuoso student at Lycée La Providence in Amiens. The press compared him to Mozart, who won over his teacher Brigitte, a dynamic, beautiful, and charismatic woman," end quote. So yeah, they sold this as a story of triumph over conformity, right? This age-defying love, perhaps, as we now know, an early nod to the written works of Macron's favorite author, André Gide, who, as we mentioned in a previous episode, was a self-admitted pederast, raped Muslim boys, and he wrote about this openly. And despite this, he would wind up, or at least his book would wind up, in Emmanuel Macron's first presidential portrait. Incredibly creepy. On the 14th of April, 2016, when Paris Match, the magazine, devoted its first cover to Brigitte, the readers were told that one day in her heart, everything secretly changes. She attends Milan Kundera's play entitled Jacques et son Matre, in which one of the 9th graders, Emmanuel Macron, is the hero. He's already got his eagle eye, they write. Oh yes, he's already got his eagle eye, kind of honing in on Brigitte. That's what we're told. Here's, by the way, a little video of Emmanuel Macron performing when he was younger in a play. You can just take a look at this. You can let this run.
C'est le ton de renaître. Et longtemps. Sœur aveugle et muette. Qu'est-ce qui fait le plus peur aux hommes? L'aboiement d'un chien. L'ombre d'un homme.
Wonderful, wonderful, irresistible for an almost 40-year-old woman who then had him join her theater workshop in the next school year. Now, we should pause here to consider how terrifying it is that the media as an entity has this kind of power to romanticize acts of sheer evil and then to gaslight and bully those who recognize it to be so. Those of us who say, no, there's something very wrong with this picture. Anyways, no less than 60 newspaper covers were dedicated to Brigitte within a period of just 26 months. Paris Match alone thus far to date has dedicated 13 covers to Brigitte. Now, I would refer to that as sort of a psychological strategy of oversaturation, right? If you give the public so much information, whether it's true or false, it becomes immediately implausible to the average person that there might be something hidden, right? Because you're like, well, there's so much information. It becomes sort of the media bystander effect. If so many people are covering the story, then the story must be covered. It's already covered. There's nothing left for us to learn. So I'm going to now tell you the official legend that was established about Brigitte Macron in these early days by the media. It is as follows. First and foremost, they told the public that the age gap between them was that he was 17, an outright lie, and that Brigitte at the time was 36, also an outright lie. Now let's go through the timeline of Brigitte's prior life, which was asserted by this same media, okay? They tell us that in 1953, on April 13th, 1953, ironically, the same date that the MK Ultra program came into existence, Brigitte Trogneux, maiden name Trogneux, was born in Amiens. She was the youngest daughter of a family of confectioners who prospered in northern France. Then they tell us that after a strict Catholic education with the Sacred Heart Sisters in 1974, when she was 21 years old, she married a man named Andre Louis Ozier, becoming then Brigitte Ozier, married to a bank executive. Following in her husband's footsteps, Brigitte Ozier began a career as a press officer at the Chamber of Commerce in Lille. And then they went on to have 3 children. One, firstborn, Sebastian, in 1975, a son. Then they had Laurence, a daughter. That's the one that was the same age as Emmanuel Macron and attended school with him. They had her allegedly in 1977. And then came Tifon. Tifon, you will come to recognize, is really the only one of the children that speaks out and defends Brigitte Macron, which is quite interesting. They had her allegedly in 1984. And then the story goes that after becoming this press officer and working there at the Chamber of Commerce, she decided to switch to teaching at some point in the mid-1980s, first in Strasbourg as a literature teacher at the Lucie Berger Protestant College, then, of course, at La Providence, the Jesuit college back in her native Amiens, because her and Emmanuel Macron are from the same place. So in 1991,
Okay, thanks for bearing with me. Y'all, listen, when I say there's too many documents, there are too many documents. So I was like, I know I have the document, so I had to find it. So here it is. Let me bring it up. And so let's talk about this really quickly. This is Exhibit 1 from the motion to dismiss for Candace Owens. And this is an affidavit of Candace Owens in support of defendant's motion to dismiss. And she's saying that, state of Tennessee, because that's where she's at in county of Davidson. So it says, I, Candace Owens, being duly sworn, state as follows. My name is Candace Owens, and I am one of the defendants in the above captioned action. I submit this affidavit in support of defendant's motion to dismiss the complaint for lack of personal jurisdiction and forum. I am over the age of 18 and fully competent to make this affidavit. I have personal knowledge of and can competently testify about the facts stated below. I am a Tennessee resident who currently resides in Nashville, Tennessee. I have lived in Nashville, Tennessee since 2021. I am not a Delaware resident, and I have never been a Delaware resident or spent a significant amount of time in Delaware. I do not own and have never owned real estate in Delaware. I do not conduct business in Delaware. I have not consented to and do not consent to this court exercising jurisdiction over me in connection with this action. And then it says Candace Owens, LLC, and Georgetown Incorporated, while registered and formed in Delaware, are both headquartered in and conduct business out of my home office in Nashville, Tennessee. So Candace Owens is pretty much saying that she does not give Delaware court jurisdiction over her. She does not live there. She has lived in Tennessee. She does not have a business there. However, she says that her business was formed and registered in Delaware. However, it does not actually conduct business there. It conducts business out of her home office in Nashville, Tennessee. So she's saying Tennessee is a proper state for jurisdiction over her and not actually Delaware. And why is this important? Because if Delaware is not found to have jurisdiction over her, this case most likely will be dismissed for lack of jurisdiction unless they can kind of prove that she has significant ties to Delaware, and there was some that she aimed her defamation or her defamatory statements at Delaware. And then it goes on to say neither Candace Owens LLC nor Georgetown Incorporated maintains a physical presence in Delaware. Again, she's maintaining that there's no jurisdiction over her in Delaware. And then number 10 goes on to say, Georgetown Incorporated is not registered to do business outside of Delaware, Tennessee, or New Jersey. Neither Candace Owens LLC nor Robertson Incorporated has taken any action targeting or seeking to serve the Delaware market. Now, could people say that she's online and it's the internet on YouTube and stuff online can be aimed at people in Delaware or reach a Delaware audience? Yes, but she's saying that that's not her audience. Is actually a worldwide general audience. She's not just targeting like, hey, Delaware people, or hey, Delaware, like especially aiming her messages at Delaware. So she's trying to say, since that has not happened and occurred, and it's a general audience, worldwide audience that she's aiming for and targeting, that Delaware does not have this jurisdiction over her to haul her into a Delaware court to have this jurisdiction to kind of make orders or judgments or anything pertaining to her or her businesses. And she says right here, I operate my podcast, Candace, from my home office located in Nashville, Tennessee. All the allegedly defamatory statements raised in the Macrons complaint were published by me from my home office located in Nashville, Tennessee. So she's trying to say that that's the proper forum, Tennessee, or it would have to be where the Macrons are from in France or Tennessee, not Delaware. So it can be where the defendant is located, which would be Tennessee, or where the plaintiffs felt that they might have been harmed at themselves in their own place, which is France, would be the proper forum. Delaware, she said that her business was formed by Delaware corporations and things like that, but not operating from there or conducted business from there. She says, all the employees who work for me work from my home office located in Nashville, Tennessee, and they reside in Tennessee. My husband, George Farmer, is a potential witness who also resides in Nashville, Tennessee. Scholar or whatever, Pryor, my producer, Mark Herman, my director, and Christopher Ridge, my editor, also reside in Nashville, Tennessee, and to my understanding cannot be compelled to attend trial in Delaware. Any documents that I have related to my podcasting are in my home office in Nashville, Tennessee. The books and records of Candace Owens LLC and Robertson Incorporated are physically in Tennessee. To my knowledge, no key witness, party, or relevant non-party lives or works in Delaware. Proceeding with litigation in Delaware will cause substantial financial and operational hardship on me, considering I would need to transport virtually my entire home office, including documents and employees, to Delaware for hearings and trial in this matter. In addition, I would have to bear travel costs, lodging, and ongoing retention of Delaware counsel. The interruption to my daily podcast, which is produced in Tennessee to appear at hearings, trial, or other matters, would be a significant detriment as well. Given that I run it daily on my own with my crew from home, I declare on the penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct, Candace Owens. Okay? So that is what they're hoping for, not to really go further with this case, but to have it dismissed on the grounds of lack of jurisdiction. So again, the affidavit does not rebut or rebuttal any of the complaint because it's not at that stage. I think some people are confused with some lawsuits because they expect that the defendant is going to just run in there trying to issue a rebuttal for everything, when technically none of that is supposed to happen initially. The smart thing for any defendant is to file a motion to dismiss and try to get it dismissed for a procedural or technicality and things like that. before even trying to get into any merits of whether something is true or not. Because if it can be dismissed based on lack of jurisdiction, improper service, or technical or procedural things, then there's no point in moving forward. Because the court cannot make any orders or rulings or judgment unless they have jurisdiction over the defendant in the first place. So you have to get that out of the way before you can even proceed with any orders based on merit. But there is no need to even add an affidavit to this right here, because this is like yeah. Just a second. Let's go look at the complaint now. Just a second. So again, this is 250 pages. So we'll see how many pages we can get through today. So basically, like I was saying, Candace does not live in Delaware. She does not work in Delaware. She's saying that she is only formed there, but does not conduct business there, and that she does not aim any of her speech or behaviors at Delaware. She does not publish anything to Delaware, and has no business, address, such as even employees or anything like that for Delaware. So what she's really trying to argue is that she has no minimum contacts, and you have to have some sort of minimum contacts to a state in order for that state to have jurisdiction over you. So ultimately, the plaintiffs kind of messed up. Maybe they saw that she had an address for a registered agent out of Delaware, and they assumed that that's where her business was, and that's where they decided to sue her at. And you have to be careful, because Delaware is a state where people choose to form their business because of the privacy it grants and other benefits of forming a business in Delaware. But that doesn't mean that they actually conduct their business there. So you have to be careful of using that. So more research should have been done as far as where's her actual studio, where does she actually conduct business, not just where their registered agent is. And in this case, she spoke about, the French president and the first lady, and the statements would involve, France, not Delaware. And also, she's not in Delaware, she's in Tennessee, so that would be another place they could do it. So with that being said, there's no Delaware jurisdiction or nexus, should I say. So if the Macrons are not Delaware residents, Candace is not a Delaware resident. And to be honest, the Macrons are not even U.S. residents, much less Delaware residents. They cannot really argue of how there's any harm or injuries that occurred in Delaware. And so how is Delaware the proper state to conduct this case? It's not. So I believe that Candace is not taking this seriously because she believes it's going to be dismissed based on this. Her lawyers probably said this is going to be tossed out because they sued in the wrong state. And I agree. But there is a caveat that there could be a transfer. So she's openly admitting, I'm in Tennessee. This court or this judge, instead of just like dismissing this without prejudice, the judge could say, we will transfer this case to the proper venue. We would transfer this to Tennessee. And then once it transferred to Tennessee, the case will continue on, but in the right jurisdiction. Oops. So that's possible. Not all, usually they just dismiss, but sometimes they can change venues. And with that, that means that it will be dismissed. There is no discovery. There is no getting to the merits or getting to the bottom of anything. It will just be dismissed. All because, and to be honest, there is no excuse for someone of that much power and wealth to be suing someone in the wrong forum. Now, they could try to argue that the business was formed there or incorporated there. That could be something, but I don't think that will suffice. Anyways, let's get to the actual lawsuit. Okay, so this is the actual lawsuit. So this is the story. It says, in March 2024, Candace Owens, a right-wing crazy podcaster, told the world she would stake her entire professional reputation on the fact that Bridget Macron was the first lady man of France. Okay, that's what she said, lady man. The first lady of France is in fact a man. Since then, Owens has used this false statement to promote her independent platform, gain notoriety, and make money. Owens disregarded all credible evidence, disproving her claim in favor of platforming known conspiracy theorists and proven defamers. And rather than engage with President Miss Macron's attempts to set the record straight, Owens mocked them and used them as additional fodder for her frenzied fan base. Owens did not stop there, retaliating against the Macrons for the audacity of sending her a retraction demand. Owens hemmed an 8-part podcast series entitled Becoming Bridget, the series, and accompanying X post. X is used to be Twitter. Throughout the series, Owens and her entities, Candace Owens LLC and Georgetown Incorporated, endorsed, repeated, and published a series of verifiably false and devastating lies about the Macrons, on which this complaint is based. This outlandish, defamatory, and far-fetched fictions included that Miss Macron was born a man, stole another person's identity, and transitioned to become Bridget. Miss Macron and President Macron are blood relatives committing incest. Wait, Candace, are you trying to say that they're also blood relatives committing incest? This goes deeper than I thought. President Macron was chosen to be the president of France as part of the CIA-operated MK Ultra program. Candace, oh my gosh, girl, what are you over there doing? Like, I knew you were saying that she was a man, but you're actually going to part of the CIA-operated MK Ultra program or a similar mind control program. And Miss, you better hope this is dismissed. You better hope this is dismissed because this is just out in left field. And Miss Macron and President Macron are committing forgery, fraud, and abuses of power to conceal these secrets. But Owens has taken it even further. Since Macron filed this action on July 23rd, 2025, Owens has unequivocally doubled down. She has continued to use her podcast to expand her lies about the Macrons, sell merchandise, making fun of the Macrons, and collect donations based on her reporting on the Macrons. Now, I've seen that in just the video I showed y'all. She kept on just like keep on making fun and making jokes and roasts and like, are you not entertained? And you know, she's having fun with it, and it also keeps selling her t-shirt, Man of the Year t-shirt. Owens, with full knowledge of this lawsuit, launched a new season of Becoming Bridget in September 2025. Now, yeah, and she had actually said in her first motion to dismiss that she had ceased to stop making those videos. But I guess she saw the lawsuit was already filed, so she started up a new series, Becoming Bridget, a new season. But, you know, now that Charlie Kirk was on Alive, that's her new content. So she left the Macrons alone as far as like YouTube series. and abandoned that, but Charlie Kirk is her new monetization. Okay, in which she makes absurd claims that Miss Macron as Jean Michel participated in the Stanford prison experiment. Girl, Candace Owens, are you over there saying that Bridget Macron was a part of the Stanford prison experiment? Huh? Oh my gosh, I have to watch that because no way you're over there saying that lady was a part. Oh my gosh, y'all! I gotta catch up with that video. I gotta you are actually saying she's a part of the Stanford prison experiment. How? Who, where, who, what, where, with, how? How would she be a part? Which Owens claims is somehow linked to her later transition. Owens has also gone so far as to suggest that the Macrons are involved in an alleged conspiracy to distract Owens from investigating Charlie Kirk's assassination. So they're trying to stop you from investigating Charlie Kirk's assassination. Let me tell you this: Tyler Robertson, the lanky white kid from Utah, is the unaliver of Charlie Kirk. Case closed. There's too much evidence, and I won't get into it because that's a separate video. There's too much evidence this time linking Tyler Robinson as a shooter. He's not the ideal shooter based on people's ideal image of, who should be the killer, because, I mean, most people are, wanting it to be this superhero, or this I want to say, this super villain, trained assassin, this trained assassin person that has years of experience in the armed forces or military or some sort of military background or law enforcement background, and they're trained in FBI, CIA, a trained assassin. That's what they're looking for, a trained assassin. That's who they are thinking that it is, and he doesn't come across as a trained assassin to most people. So that's why most people don't think that Tyler Robinson is actually the suspect. And once you actually look at his background, he actually is a trained, I wouldn't say assassin, but he is a trained shooter. He's someone with a lot of years of experience, even for his age. Okay, but that's a whole nother topic. So she believes that Owens, she's saying that Owens, Owens is saying that, the Macrons are trying to interfere or distract from her investigating of Charlie Kirk. Here's the issue with that statement. You were calling the Macrons, a man and pedophiles and all of this other stuff before Charlie Kirk was even unalived. So they're just continuing with their whole complaint against you and their whole thing to get you to stop. That was an ongoing issue before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. So that doesn't make any sense. These claims are demonstrably false, and Owens knew they were false when she published them. Yet she published them anyway, and the reason is clear. It is not the pursuit of truth, but the pursuit of fame. After being fired from the Daily Wire, Owens used these demonstrably false claims to promote her independent podcast, Candace. Owens' fan base has grown to 7.2 million followers on X and 5.21 million subscribers on YouTube. The most popular podcasts in the world have discussed her investigation into the Macrons' history. She launched a revamped website, CandaceOwens.com, fueled by her desire to make these specific false claims about the Macrons without adhering to content moderation policies. This is nothing new for Owens. She has built a brand on provocation, not truth. Owens labels herself as an independent investigative journalist while routinely peddling misinformation under the guise of legitimate reporting. She has promoted a range of conspiracy theories, including anti-vaccine falsehoods, long debunked anti-Semitic tropes such as blood libel and Holocaust distortion, going so far as to dismiss the atrocities of Joseph Mengel's medical experiments as mere propaganda. Oh, okay, hold on. I'm muted. Hold on. Holocaust distortion, going so far as to dismiss the atrocities of Joseph Mengel's medical experiments as mere propaganda. Her content is not intended to inform, but to inflame and attract attention through sensationalism and conspiracy theories. Owens published a series and related expos with reckless disregard for the truth. Owens was repeatedly presented with credible, verifiable evidence disproving her claims, including documentation, public records, and direct outreach from the Macrons. So right here, they are saying that that she was presented with documentation, public records, and direct outreach from the Macrons. Instead of correcting the record, she doubled down. At the time, Ms. Macron had won French defamation claims against others who pushed these same baseless theories, underscoring both their falsity and defamatory scheme. Owens knew this, yet Owens, fully aware of the truth, has not only declined to retract her statements, but has actively expanded on them. Here's the thing. People like Owens and Jag are not going to retract anything. Do you understand that she cannot retract this? Hold on. I think people don't understand that someone cannot just easily retract this sort of thing. There's no turning back. You can say, oh, there is a turning back. Yes, ethically and morally, there is a turn back. But as far as journalism and reporting and credibility, there's no turning back. The moment that she utters the words that she lied, is made up, is fake, is not true, and that she intentionally defamed them for profit, her whole platform and career is over. It is. Same with Jag. They cannot go back on things they've said as the truth and profited off of. That goes for a lot of liars on here. I'm being honest, because that is going to take a dig at their credibility. Instead, they will just move on to a new topic and pretend like they never did this or said this, but they will never address it unless they're forced to. And I can guarantee you, Candace is hoping that this is dismissed based on jurisdiction, and it never gets to discovery. She can try to say that she's hoping it gets to discovery, but she's hoping it does not get there, because she knows that she's lying. Just like Jag is, she doesn't want, avoiding Brian McKnight because she knows she lied on him. Jag is always saying, if I'm lying, then sue me. If I'm lying, then sue me. And then now when someone tries to sue her, she's avoiding, she doesn't want to, answer to Brian McKnight. She did, like, oh, I got the proof, she would answer, but she's ducking and dodging. So the point is, Candace would never actually admit that she lied on the Macrons, because that will take her platform and her credibility and her journalism career or commentator. It's not a good look. Shout out to, so a liar will never do that, admit to lying, unless they, don't care about their credibility. Shout out to Miss Low Key. Happy 5th month anniversary. Again, happy 5th month anniversary. I appreciate the support. Shout out to you. Shout out to Judy Coles for the Cash App. I appreciate the support. Yes, and shout out to Judy Coles for the Cash App. I appreciate the support. Shout out to my girl Keita, come to this commentary as well. Thank you so much for the fan funding super sticker. I appreciate the support. And let me give another shout out as well. Hold on. Okay, it was Judy Coles. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button. Hold on. So these lies have caused tremendous damage to the Macrons. Defendants have subjected the Macrons to a campaign of global humiliation, turning their lives into fodder for profit-driven lies. Owens has dissected their appearance, their marriage, their friends, their family, and their personal history, twisting it all into a grotesque narrative designed to inflame and degrade. The result is relentless bullying on a worldwide scale. Every time the Macrons leave their home, they do so knowing that countless people have heard and many believe these vile fabrications. It is invasive, dehumanizing, and deeply unjust. Faced with this relentless and unjustified smear campaign, the Macrons are left with no choice but to seek relief through this court to set the record straight, prevent further harm, and hold defendants accountable for their conduct. And then it goes into the parties. I'm not going to go over everything because Candace did say that there are some misstatements as far as her biography or her life. So I'm going to skip over all the details because, to be honest, that's irrelevant to the overall claims anyway. Because obviously one person is going to know about their biography and life story more than another person will. That's why I said, to be honest, unless you have the person in front of you, I would not write any sort of biography or, about someone else. Okay. Plaintiff Emmanuel Macron is a French citizen. President Macron has been the president of France since 2017. Prior to being elected, President Macron served as Minister of Economics, Industry, and Digital Affairs and Deputy Secretary General to the President. So when Candace Owens gives this narrative that he just went from, a pizza delivery boy to the president, and I'm not saying that she said that he was a pizza boy. I'm just showing she's pretty much saying that he went from nobody or nothing, or sort of from the bottom. I don't hate to say nothing. From the bottom to the top, like his rise to be the president came out of nowhere, and was not really, like he really didn't earn that spot or something. His ascension to there. Right here it's saying that Macron served as Minister of Economics and Industry and Digital Affairs and Deputy Secretary General to the President. And then, President Macron married Bridget Macron in 2007. So he didn't just come out of nowhere. He actually had certain positions before becoming president. And then, let's see. And it says, plaintiff Bridget Macron is a French citizen, the spouse of the current president of France, and a woman. They put there, and a woman. She was born Bridget Trognu. Trognu in Amiens, France on April 13, 1953. She is the youngest of 6 children. She gave birth to 3 children from her first marriage to Andre Louis Arzier or something like that. Miss Macron is a former teacher. In 2007, she married Emmanuel Macron. So she was born in 1953. And she's older than her husband, Emmanuel Macron. And she was a teacher at the time he was a student, okay? But they said that they did not do anything romantic or sexual or whatever until he was of age. And that is, something that people are arguing about. Defendant Candace Owens is a citizen of the United States and resident and they say that she's domiciled in the state of Tennessee. So if y'all know she's domiciled in the state of Tennessee, why did y'all sue her out of Delaware? That doesn't make any sense. And it says, through her marriage to George George Farmer, a British citizen, Owens also holds British citizenship. Owens has said that's not true, that she's not a British, she doesn't hold British citizenship just because she's married to him. So anyways, I'm gonna skip down because Owens is like saying that the statement's all about her biography and her life story is not all the way true. So I'm not gonna read it. And then it goes, defendant Georgetown Incorporated is a registered for-profit corporation organized under the laws of the state of Delaware with its headquarters in Nashville, Tennessee. Owens made false and defamatory statements on her podcast. So they're suing out of Delaware because they believe that since Georgetown Incorporated is a registered for-profit corporation organized under the laws of Delaware right here, that gives Delaware jurisdiction. So they're still going to be fighting over the jurisdiction, and they're going to be arguing that Delaware does have jurisdiction because the corporation was registered there and organized there under Delaware law. And they say non-party John Michel Trogno is the older brother of Bridget Macron. John Michel was born in Amiens, France on February 11, 1945, and he still lives there today. So how the story goes, which is actually all over the place, is that Jean-Michel Trogno, the older brother of Bridget Macron, is not a separate person. They are saying that Jean-Michel Trogno over time kind of like took over his sister's identity, his younger sister's identity, whose name is Bridget. So that's why they say it's becoming Bridget, because they said that Jean-Michel became Bridget. The issue is that these two people are separate people, and they also have been at some of the same events, Jean-Michel and Bridget. And in this case and in this trial, if it went that far, then obviously Jean-Michel will actually show up in person with Bridget, and that would dispel this whole thing. So Candace, her best bet is hoping that this is dismissed based on some sort of, procedural technicality and not actually going to trial, because it ain't gonna be good. It ain't. And she's gonna be, found out to be the liar that she is. And non-party Xavier Broussard is an investigative journalist and editor of La Lettre de Xavier Broussard. He was a part owner of Bias at Documents, a confidential newsletter that published false and defamatory claims regarding plaintiffs similar to those stated by defendants. Owens claims the writings by Xavier Broussard inspired her false and defamatory claims. Broussard is Owens' primary source. Non-party Natasha Ray is an investigative journalist who has also spread the same false and defamatory claims about the Macrons. Ray originated the claims in France. As a result, Ms. Macron prosecuted a libel case in France against both Natasha Ray and Amadine Roy. Ray is a key source for Owens and Broussard. Non-party Amadine or something like that. Roy is a self-proclaimed spiritual medium who interviewed Ray in 2021 for a censor-deleted YouTube video. In 2021, in a 4-hour interview, Roy and Ray broadcast false and defamatory claims regarding Ms. Macron, which prompted her libel claim in France. Roy is a leading source for Owens and Broussard. So now they talk about jurisdiction. They said this right here will tell why they chose Delaware, because I'm confused as to why they chose Delaware. This court has subject matter jurisdiction over this civil action, and the venue is proper in this court under Delaware law. This court has personal jurisdiction over defendant Candace Owens on the Delaware law and the Due Process Clause of the United States Constitution because she manages an LLC formed under Delaware law, and the claims relate to the business of the limited liability company defendant Owens is the manager of. Candace Owens LLC and directs, controls, or participates materially in the management of Candace Owens LLC. This court has jurisdiction over defendant Owens because she transacts business and performs work or services in the state of Delaware and directs such activities at the state through her contracting with Delaware entities and sale of things consumed in Delaware, including subscriptions and related products or performances of their work and services. This court also has jurisdiction over defendant Owens because she caused the Macrons reputational and other injury in the state through her tortious conduct of publishing and distributing the series and related podcasts for Delaware citizens and residents to view through Delaware's entities. This court also has personal jurisdiction over defendant Owens under Delaware law and the Due Process Clause of the United States Constitution because plaintiff's claims against her arise from her and defendant, her and Delaware entities' actions in causing torturous injury to plaintiffs by an act or omission outside of Delaware as they regularly do or solicit business, engage in persistent courses of conduct and derive substantial revenue from sources, from services or things used or consumed in the state, including subscriptions and related products and services. Moreover, exercising jurisdiction over defendant Owens would not offend traditional notions of fair play and substantial justice because she could have and should have reasonably foreseen being held into court in the state of Delaware where she formed, managed, and controlled entities she used to commit torturous conduct and where her entities regularly transact business to account for her torturous conduct against plaintiffs. And then they go over general jurisdiction as well. So they're trying to argue that Delaware is okay because she formed and registered her businesses there. So this will lead to a fight over jurisdiction, and they're going to be laying out laws on each side and precedented cases to try to argue who is right over this situation. So then they go over the general jurisdiction as well. It says this court has general personal jurisdiction over defendant Georgetown Incorporated under Delaware law and the Due Process Clause of the United States Constitution because it is incorporated in Delaware. Exercising jurisdiction over defendant Georgetown Incorporated will not offend traditional notions of fair play and substantial justice because it could have and should have reasonably foreseen being held into court in the states of Delaware where it is formed and where it transacts business to account for its tortious conduct against the plaintiffs. Now, what do I think as far as my opinion goes? Now, I'm not a lawyer or anything. However, I think that people get it confused about Delaware. Delaware is a state where a lot of people incorporate their businesses and form their businesses, but they have no intentions of operating their business or conducting their business in Delaware. It's because of the Delaware privacy laws and Delaware other things that are beneficial as far as forming a corporation or LLC that people incorporate or form there, but they never conduct any business there at all. And there's precedented cases that go over this same issue. So people need to understand the difference between conducting business somewhere and forming a business somewhere. A lot of times people can form a business, even online, you can form a business somewhere. that does not mean that you're actually going to conduct your business there. So I don't believe that Delaware will be found to have jurisdiction over Candace Owens. Owens is a Tennessee resident, not Delaware. The Macrons are not Delaware residents, they're French residents. And the defamatory claims were about people from France, French people, residents, and not Delaware residents, and French sources of information, because they mentioned people where that they believe that Candace got her information from, and those sources are from France too. So even those people are from France, and those people are going to be held into this court in Delaware when they're overseas. That's not going to be right. The statements were on if she didn't really say Delaware and she didn't target Delaware, this is on a global worldwide platform such as YouTube, Twitter, these types of places. And that series, Becoming Bridget, was actually on this website, YouTube. So that's not always going to be targeted unless she says Delaware in some sort of statement, targeted statement. And then also, there's nothing that shows that she acted or did anything in Delaware, that all her broadcasts and publications are from Tennessee. So based on all of that, I'm not seeing their argument. I see what they're trying to get at and what they're trying to go at, but if I were them, I would just try to just do another lawsuit in Tennessee. I would do one in Tennessee and one in Delaware. You can run, that's what Brian McKnight did to Jag. But essentially, I would just do Tennessee, because she just said everything is in Tennessee. So why try to fight jurisdiction for Delaware when you can just win automatically by just go to Tennessee, file in Tennessee? Then there's gonna be no. With that being said, I don't think that they will have Delaware will have jurisdiction. That Tennessee or France would be the proper jurisdiction. Okay. But mainly I would say Tennessee, because I don't think that Candace was really saying France all the time in all her commentary and videos. Possibly. I think Tennessee would be the best jurisdiction and for the best chances. But again, hey, I'm not a lawyer, but that's just based on stuff I've looked at over the years of these cases. Factual allegations. President Macron rose to power in France, embodying a modern dynamic image of leadership that resonates with many citizens. That's one statement that Candace was making fun of. President Macron was born on December 21st, 1977 in Amiens, France, to Francois Knowles, a physician, and Jean-Michel Macron, a neurologist. So there's Jean-Michel Macron is not the same person as Jean-Michel Trogneau. Okay, so that's why people are trying to say incest, because they're trying to say, I guess, that Jean-Michel Macron and Jean-Michel Trogneau are the same, but some people have the same first name or whatever. And a neurologist. From an early age, he demonstrated intellectual curiosity and emotional sensitivity, nurtured in large part by his close bond with his maternal grandmother, Manette, a school teacher who introduced him to literature and progressive political ideals. President Macron attended La Providence, a Jesuit high school in Amiens, where he first met Bridget Macron, a French and drama teacher. At the time, Miss Macron was an accomplished educator and mother of three. Their early interactions were centered around academic mentorship and a shared passion for literature and theater. On April 13, 1953, in Amiens, France, Miss Macron was born Bridget Trogneau, a woman. She was the youngest of 6 children in a prominent chocolate-making family in Amiens. An image of her birth announcement and family photo featuring Miss Macron as a child is below. And it says Carnet Mondon or something like that. Anne-Marie, it says Jean-Claude Mary Bond, Monique at Jean Michelle Trognu, and then it says it's given the family names, and then it says Bridget, and then I guess it's given the whole family. Now I'm going to actually zoom in on this. Now, if you look in the on the left hand side, I don't know if you can see where my mouse is circling. There's only one boy in this picture. Well, you know, there's man in here, but boy on the left hand side in a checkered shirt. That is Jean Michel Trognu. And that is Bridget's brother. Okay, that's Bridget's brother. And she is saying, Candace is alleging that Jean Michel has somehow over time took on his sister's identity. And his sister is named Bridget, and she's in a bubble at the bottom. You see the circle at the bottom, the circle, that's Bridget Macron. So somehow Jean Michel became Bridget, his younger sister. And I will have to go through all Candace's videos to see how she's trying to really argue, because what happened to Bridget Macron if she... It's not saying that Jean Michel transitioned into some sort of woman and is a separate person. Y'all listen, all I can say is that she's trying to say that Jean Michel transitioned into his sister or became his sister Bridget Macron. But the thing is that Bridget Macron and Jean Michel have been seen at the same event. They're two separate people. So the brother and sister in this picture feature are separate people that have been at the same events together and have been even named in this lawsuit together. And most likely he will appear later as the actual brother, that he's living his life as a man. So the actual Jean Michel is still living his life as a man. He's not living his life as his sister Bridget Macron. And in fact, Bridget Macron is living her life as herself, a mother of 3 kids. Y'all listen, this whole thing is just a mess. And the evidence Candace uses is some fake software, like face recognition software that is, glitchy and not, is faulty. Nothing to rely on. There have been people that have used those same applications, facial recognition, to try to, take their younger picture and their older selves, and it has said that they're not the same person. And they're like, wait, I am the same person because I'm me. I know it's me. So if people are using it and it's messing up on their own identity, then obviously you cannot use it to recognize, in this case either. It's a mess. So that's what's happening right there. Okay, let's go back to the actual lawsuit. So do I believe that Bridget Macron is really Jean Michel? No, I don't. Miss Macron married her first husband, Andre Louis Auzier, in 1974 when she was 21. They had 3 children: Lawrence, Sebastian, and Tiffin. Tippin or something like that. A photo from Miss Macron's and Mr. Auzier's wedding is below. Miss Macron began her career teaching in Paris and Strasbourg before joining La Providence in the early 1990s. There she taught French and directed the school theater workshop. Through the school's theater program, President Macron and Miss Macron found a deeper intellectual connection. During the school production of Jacques or Jacques, this is French pronunciation, okay? And his master, Jacques and his master, President Macron played the lead role under Miss Macron's direction. He later undertook an ambitious rewrite of another play, The Art of Comedy, to create roles for more students. Miss Macron agreed to guide him, and the two began meeting regularly to collaborate on the project. At all times, the teacher-student relationship between Miss Macron and President Macron remained within the bounds of the law. But when President Macron's parents became aware of his strong feelings for his teacher, they decided to transfer him to Lycée Henry in Paris. Miss Macron encouraged him to leave and was confident he would fall in love with the peer. Yet before his departure, he told her, "Whatever you do, I will marry you." Now let's put a pause right here and there. Why would he say, "Whatever you do, I will marry you"? Why would he say that as a minor to his teacher that's way older? So I will be honest that it is a little fishy. Now, I'm not saying that they did anything inappropriate while he was a minor, but to say that at that time they had this sort of connection, even intellectual conversation or some sort of something, feelings or something was there to where he would have said, like, people can have a crush on that teacher, but they won't say, "Whatever you do, I will marry you." So that is suspicious. I'll be honest. I'm an objective person. That's weird. Okay, it's weird. Now, again, am I going to accuse her of anything inappropriate, like they did anything before he was 18? I'm not going to accuse her of that because I don't have any receipts, and that could be defamatory. But she can't, be upset. People are gonna, possibly believe that there's something inappropriate going on for him to even say that, and even to the point where his parents felt the need that they had to transfer him away. So why did the parents want to transfer him away? So even the parents felt like something was going on that was inappropriate or something to make a transfer. And I'm not saying that they cross lines, but there can also be emotional things going on, like emotional where it's not physical, but emotional. Emotionally inappropriate. Okay? So it's possible that there was nothing physical happening before then, but then emotional something. So that's my opinion on that. Do I think that she was born a man? No. But do I think something is a little fishy about this whole situation with her and the student thing? And now they are married, of course. That's that. So when Candace says, "Oh, he was groomed, he was this, he was that," I don't know. I'm not going to argue yes or no. I'm just reporting on the situation. But do I believe that Candace is grifting off of this whole thing? Yes, and I do believe, hear me out, I believe that this whole thing between her and Emmanuel Macron, as far as teacher-student, that has put a bad taste in some people's mouth. And when people have a bad taste in their mouth about you, about anything, they start believing other things about you that could be negative as well. It starts to build up, like, well, if she was capable of doing this, then she could be capable of doing this, that. So I believe that Candace has built upon that, and she knew that a lot of people would not like that particular angle. So she uses that as her foundation of, "Oh, you're so inappropriate, you're this, you're that," to get people to really go in on her about, "Oh, you're a man." That's what I think. President Macron completed his studies at Lycée Henry and went on to earn a degree in philosophy from Paris, Nanterre University, followed by a master's degree in public affairs from Sciences Po. He then attended the prestigious, École Nationale The administration is ECOLE. In France, I guess it's equally or equally. I don't think it's equally. Equally national the administration, which trains France top civil servants. After graduating, he began his career as a finance inspector at the French Ministry of Economy and Finance. Over the years, President Macron and Ms. Macron kept in touch and their love deepened. In 2006, Ms. Macron divorced her first husband. Wait, over the years, President Macron and Ms. Macron kept in touch. So they had, over the years, they had kept in touch and their love deepened. So there was some sort of love to begin with in order for, and not every something that deepen, there has to be something there initially for it to deepen. You don't say their love like started or began or came about. Their love deepened. So yeah, in 2006, Ms. Macron divorced her first husband, and in 2007, she married President Macron. Their relationship has remained strong and supportive, marked by a deep intellectual partnership. In 2008, President Macron joined Rothschild and C Bank as an investment banker, where he achieved notable success. His public service career resumed in 2012 when he joined President Francois Hollande's administration as Deputy Chief of Staff and Economic Advisor. In 2014, he was appointed Minister of the Economy, where he implemented key economic reforms, later known as the Macron Law. As Hollande's popularity declined and economic difficulties and rising nationalism, President Macron began distinguishing his platform from that of the sitting administration. He recognized the need for a new centrist movement to address the challenges of the movement. In 2016, he founded the political movement On March Forward, which he described as a democratic revolution. Later that year, he resigned from his ministerial post and declared his candidacy for president. His campaign emphasized pro-European centrist policies and quickly gained national momentum. Ms. Macron joined her husband on the campaign trail, acting as a central figure and key advisor to his campaign. Following the first round of elections in April 2017, President Macron publicly credited Ms. Macron for his success, saying, "Without her, I wouldn't be me." He went on to win the presidency in May 2017. Upon assuming office, President Macron formally established an official unpaid role for the First Lady. In this capacity, Ms. Macron represents France in diplomatic settings, supports charitable causes, and engages in initiatives related to education, health, disability, and child protection. Her responsibilities are supported by an advisory cabinet and 2 presidential aides. So I'm not going to go over everything. It's pretty much going over how Ms. Macron is the First Lady and pretty much just establishing that she is a woman and an engaged, active partner. So let's get into the conspiracy. Brigitte Macron is a target of a vicious conspiracy crafted by those threatened by her influence. Around March 2021, Natasha Ray, who describes herself as an independent journalist, published on her now deleted Facebook profile false and defamatory claims alleging that Ms. Macron is a transgender woman perpetrating identity theft. These baseless allegations initially failed to attract significant public attention, but that changed when Ray began working with Xavier Poussard. In May 2021, Poussard began publishing a multi-issue series entitled The Mystery of Brigitte Macron. That series recycled and expanded on numerous falsehoods, including the defamatory insinuations regarding Ms. Macron's alleged biological sex. Allegations later amplified and expanded on by Owens. In September 2021, Ray collaborated with Poussard to co-author a publication and Fayez at Documents, a French magazine reportedly influential within far-right circles in France. Bias at Documents was founded in 1996 by Emmanuel Ratier, a known figure of the French far right. On December 10, 2021, Ray appeared on the YouTube channel of Ahmadine Roy, a self-described spiritual medium. Roy conducted a 4-hour interview with Ray, during which Ray reiterated the defamatory claims that Miss McCrory was in fact born as a male named John Michel Trogneau, which is the actual name of Miss Macron's brother, who stole the identity of Bridget Trogneau. They also claimed that Miss Macron's first husband never existed and that she did not carry her 3 children. The video quickly went viral, amassing more than 450,000 views before it was removed by YouTube. Now here's the thing. How can John Michel Trogneau, Trogneau, which is the actual name of Bridget's brother, how can he steal his daughter? I mean, not his daughter. How can he steal his sister's identity of Bridget? We have to go through all the videos to piece this together. But how can he steal her identity? Where is the real person at? The real person is unalive. She's missing. Where's the real Bridget at? Then I'm confused. They also claimed that Miss Macron's first husband never existed and that she did not carry her 3 children. Obviously, they're going to say that he never existed, etc., because they need. If they want to say she's a man, she can't have children, obviously. In December 2021, the hashtag Jean-Michel Trogneau began trending on X, with users pointing to the fact that there are a few public photos of Miss Macron from her youth and that she often hides her neck. Y'all try not to laugh, but this is like a mess. Why they said that she often hides her neck as proof she is a transgender. So they go through all her videos thinking that she's hiding her neck to hide Adam's apple. Y'all on the internet is undefeated in a mess. Like, y'all are literally, I bet there are people out there that have a million pictures of this lady and they have looked at a million pictures saying, where's her neck? She's hiding her neck. Is she wearing like chokers or what? Like, how is she hiding her neck? Shout out to CD, but thank you so much for the cash app. I appreciate it. Says for keep on keeping on, Miss Dan. This show is awesome. Thank you so much, CD, but I appreciate the support. Yes. But yeah, so they looked at a bunch of pictures. I guess they're not seeing her neck anywhere. They believe that she's trying to hide her neck. And also, what happens if she's the type of person that doesn't really want to wear low cut shirts? Some people don't like to wear low cut shirts or V-neck shirts, or certain shirts is going to show any sort of cleavage at all. Some people, do. So I have looked at a lot of her pictures. Let me actually Google her and see what I see. Bridget Macron. I'm just going to see if there's a lot of pictures with low necks or V-necks or what kind of shirts does she wear or dresses. I do see a lot of shirts or like things that are high up, but to be honest, I'll be honest, she doesn't really have like a prominent neck. She doesn't have a prominent neck to where it's like a long neck to be. So it'll be easier to seem like her neck is being covered when her neck is not really long. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying she doesn't have no neck, but it's not like long enough to be. It's all she has to really do is wear a regular shirt, and it will pretty much seem like she's trying to hide her neck because it's not. She doesn't have a long neck. If she had more of a giraffe neck, I don't think it would be an issue. But she doesn't have a giraffe neck, so it's not. I see what they're saying, but there are a lot of things where she's wearing V-neck, like suits, like, But y'all it's not her fault that she's not born with a long neck. So even like a regular collared shirt is gonna seem high up to her. Okay. And to be honest, I wouldn't actually just go look at her pictures and automatically say this is a man. I want to say that she's a man, you know. And also, she's also getting like older too. So I wouldn't say this is like, oh, that's a man. She has certain features about her face it's not giving me a man. It's not. Like she actually has like her face is more like it's not like a hard jawline to where it's like all the way her jawline is not masculine. But I've seen some people with like a masculine, like strong jawline. I don't see that. Now I'm not saying all pictures, but from certain angles. But yeah, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't be like. I see people who are more masculine looking than her. Okay. So let me go back to this. So it says hides her neck as proof she is transgender. From that point forward, the false narrative was amplified by prominent far-right influencers in France. In September 2024, a French court held that Ray and Roy defamed Ms. Macron for spreading false rumors that Ms. Macron was born Jean-Michel Trognu and later stole the identity of Bridget. Oh my gosh, y'all people on here be tripping me out. Like, I definitely have to go through the whole series. I want to know what happened to the real Bridget then. I have so many questions about this whole series. Like, we started like a while back. We watched one video, the first episode, but we need to watch the rest to see how much of a liar Candace is to spin this. The defamation suit confirmed that Ray's and Roy's claims that all documents related to Ms. Macron's birth, marriage, divorce, and childbearing were forged to conceal her actual sex were false. So, of course, they're going to say that everything that she has, all documents are fake and forged, because every piece of evidence she has, they have to make sure that people think it's fake and it's false, so then they can discredit her. I will say that you can never win against conspiracy theorists. You can't. Unless you're brought to court, because conspiracy theories, they're always gonna move the goalposts. Once you prove one thing or show one thing, they're gonna discredit it and say it's fake, it's a lie. They're gonna move the goalposts to something else, and then to something else, to something else. It's pointless. So it's pointless to engage with conspiracy theories. If you're not gonna sue, it's best not to engage, because even when you engage, they're going to just make up more lies and more stuff and twist your words and it's going to get worse. Conspiracy theories are not going to they're going to keep on with it. Okay. Now there are some people that are actually going to say, oh, okay, that proves this or that. But the people that I'm really talking about are the real hardcore conspiracy people. The more you argue against it, the more they're going to like hunker down. Okay. Jean-Michel participated in the trial. Oh, and by the way, the brother actually participated in the trial. So her real brother, Jean-Michel, participated in the trial. So, I mean, the brother and sister participated in the trial. So why did Candace start this whole thing over when they already had the real brother participate in the trial? Oh, for profit. And Ray and Roy were fined in order to pay to Miss Macron and to her brother in civil damages. So those two people, Roy and Ray, were ordered to pay damages to not only Bridget Macron, but her brother. After multiple victories against Ray and Roy at home in France, the Macrons thought these false claims had been put to bed. But as discussed below, Owens turned this claim into a fire because she has a bigger voice. Owens is a far-right conspiracy theorist who thrives on making outrageous claims, prioritizing shock value and follower growth over truth or responsible discourse. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? That's what Candace saying. Are you not entertained? She's entertaining. This is her entertainment. She doesn't care about it. All she knows is that those videos got millions of views and fatten her wallet, and people are entertained by it, and everybody's talking about it. Are you not entertained? Owens did not always espouse extreme right-wing ideals. She was born in White Plains, New York, and raised in Stanford, Connecticut. Owens graduated from Stanford High School. Hold on a second. Oh, Stanford. Oh. Oh, okay. I was like, okay. Okay. Stanford High School in 2007, attended the University of Rhode Island before leaving due to financial issues. Following her departure from university, Owens completed an internship at Vogue magazine and was later hired as an administrative assistant at a private equity firm in New York. In 2015, she left the financial sector to start a marketing agency called Degree 180. Degree 180's website featured a blog that gained notoriety for publishing progressive, anti-conservative, and anti-Trump content, the exact opposite of her current views. Y'all know Candace Owens with that flip-flop. And I do believe that eventually, to be honest, the way she's going with the Charlie Kirk stuff and even said stuff against, Donald Trump and others, I do believe that she's going to flip-flop again with her actual beliefs. Well, maybe not a complete flip-flop, but in some areas or aspects, I believe she is gonna flip-flop. I believe that Candace goes where the money is, and that's what side she's gonna be on. Shout out to Judy Coles again for the cash up. I appreciate the support, and everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button. Let me see what this comment is in my chat. You said I've been obsessed with this craziness. Yeah, I spoke on it before a couple of times, but I never read the full complaint yet. Tracy says same opinion. I'm gonna have to watch it. I want to watch how she's supposed to be a part of this experiment. You said that Candace said that she thinks the real Bridget died at an early age of an illness and decided to be nice and give her identity to her brother so he can live the life as a woman is a story they're going with. Yeah, we're gonna go over that. We already went over part 1 of her becoming Bridget. And then the whole thing happened with Charlie Kirk. So we need to now go over, the rest of the series of Becoming Bridget. But I wanted to go over the lawsuit first to see what they have to say first, and then also then go over her videos. But I'm like, the story does not make any sense. Okay, that all changed in 2016 when Owens launched socialautopsy.com, a website that aimed to expose individuals responsible for online harassment by publishing their identities. The project was widely condemned across the political spectrum, with both conservative and progressive voices expressing concerns over privacy and potential misuse. In retaliation, critics shared Owens' personal information online. Owens attributed the widespread criticism and retaliation efforts to 2 progressives who had attempted to convince Owens to abandon the project. While Owens was being criticized by those who purportedly shared her beliefs, she received support from prominent figures associated with the far right. Owens publicly stated that this was the catalyst for her ideological shift, remarking, "I became conservative overnight." In late 2016, she began expressing support for Donald Trump's presidential run. Now, what happened was you realized that you probably were not being financially backed and supported by one side, and then other prominent people with money in their pockets and others start supporting you. So then you flip sides where the money is. Candace will go where the money is. That's my opinion. Okay. By 2017, Owens had completely flipped political sides, aggressively ramping up her online criticism of liberal ideology and policies through her YouTube channel. She further amplified her voice and newfound point of view to young conservatives through her role as a communications director of Turning Point USA, a nonprofit organization that advocates for conservative ideals on high school and college campuses nationwide. And we already know a Turning Point, she's an advocate for conservative ideas. We already know this was Turning Point USA is co-founded by Charlie Kirk, who was on the live September 10th, right? So it's saying that she had, ties to this organization from like 2017. In 2019, Owens founded the Blexit movement, which encourages Black Americans to leave the Democratic Party. That same year, she launched the Candace Owens Show, a podcast on YouTube where she interviewed conservative figures. And in August 2019, she married George Farmer, a British citizen and the son of Lord Michael Farmer, a former treasurer of the Conservative Party. When the couple met in December 2018, George Farmer was chairman of Turning Point UK and later became CEO of Parler, a far-right social media platform. So they have Turning Point USA and they have Turning Point UK. As her visibility grew, Owens also became involved in French far-right politics. She was invited to be the headline speaker of. Hold on one second. She was invited to be the headline speaker at the Convention de la Droite in Paris in September 2019. The convention was organized by associates of Marion Marichal, something like that, the niece of Marine Le Pen. President Macron's political adversary during her speech. Owens criticized President Macron, calling him a weak leader. Shortly after the event, Owens tagged Marichal in a comment to an X post showing a video of the two speaking. In the near future, there will be a deeper alliance between France and the United States. Thank you at Marion Marichal or something like that for widening my understanding of the challenges faced by France today. Marichal replied favorably, thanking Owens for her courage. Owens' criticism of President Macron continued and increased after the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. I see. So Owens already had issues with the president of France, Macron. So in 2022 or around that era. So it's not unusual for someone like her to have issues with, one person and then to carry that on to the next person that they're involved with, like other criticisms. So because there's already some sort of like negativity there. Over the years, Owens' network has included prominent conservative figures known for extreme or conspiratorial rhetoric, such as Charlie Kirk, Alex Jones, Nigel Farage, and even Kanye West. During Paris Fashion Week in the fall of 2022, Owens appeared with West wearing controversial White Lives Matter t-shirts, a slogan condemned by civil rights groups as a white supremacist response to the Black Lives Matter movement. West posted a photo of him and Owens wearing the shirts with the caption, "Everyone knows that Black Lives Matter was a scam. Now it's over, you're welcome." Around this time, West announced plans to buy Parlor Farmers Company. The deal collapsed shortly after Adidas ended its contract with West for making anti-Semitic comments. In 2021, Owens joined the Daily Wire, where she hosted her talk show, Candace Owens, until her departure in 2024. Owens left the Daily Wire in March 2024 following public clashes with co-founder Ben Shapiro over her increasingly anti-Semitic rhetoric. In the wake of the October 7 Hamas attacks on Israel, Owens voiced strong pro-Palestinian and anti-Israel sentiments. Her commentary escalated from political criticism to overt anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. On her talk show, Owens alleged that secret Jewish gangs commit horrific things in Hollywood. And on social media, she repeated the long debunked, okay, blood libel. So Candace is actually arguing against this. And that's why I listened to her video. She's saying that this isn't true. So I'm going to skip over the rest of the stuff about Candace, because she's saying that some of this isn't true about her statements and quotes. And that's not even really a part of the lawsuit anyway. They're just trying to give her a background on her. And to be honest, you have to be careful when you're giving a background on people without, you got to make sure you do your research, because you can, if you use Google, you can that can be false attribution, like giving someone else. Sometimes people are quoting someone and they're misquoting someone, or it's a fake quote due to some sort of AI generation. So you have to do your research. So I'm gonna skip over that because we just watched the video of Candace saying that she did not say certain things that they're alleging in this little biography of hers. So let's skip down. Right here. Owens repeats the outlandish claim that Bridget Macron was born a man on the Daily Wire precisely because she knew its shock value would boost her visibility. In March 2024, just prior to her departure from the Daily Wire, Owens began promoting the false claim that Ms. Macron was born a man. On March 11, 2024, Owens published an episode of the Daily Wire podcast, Candace Owens, titled Insane. This is the biggest political scandal in human history, which reported on the Bridget Macron conspiracy theory that was making its way through the courts in France. Owens was the first to bring this theory to the United States media and to a global audience. That same day, defendants announced the video in an X post, repeating that it is the biggest scandal that has ever happened in politics in human history. And this is a post from Candace. And it says, "Stop everything and watch this. Not a joke or an exaggeration to say that barring political assassinations, this is likely the biggest scandal that has ever happened in politics in human history. Hashtag Jean-Michel Trogneau." And that's the brother's name that she said became Bridget. And then she put a YouTube video link. And she says, "I looked into this expecting it to be an insane conspiracy theory, and it is anything but. It took 3 years of research for the journalists to unpack this series. It would take 3 seconds for Macron to dispel these rumors, and yet they seem unable to. The implications are wild." Owens claims she learned about this theory from a 2021 debunking story published by Daily Mail. Owens falsely claimed the article was recent despite it being published more than 3 years ago, likely to make it appear that she just happened upon the story rather than searching for a salacious conspiracy to increase viewership. Shockingly, Owens claimed there was no debunking whatsoever, but that is false. The article included multiple photos of Ms. Macron as a child and informed that separate journalists met both Ms. Macron's brothers, Jean-Michel, and Ms. Macron's late ex-husband, Andre Louis Audier. Owens omitted these facts. The next day, Owens followed up with another defamatory expose, stating that she would stake her entire professional reputation on the fact that Bridget Macron is in fact a man. Owens says, this episode is blowing up. So I just want to say, after looking into this, I would stake my entire professional reputation on the fact that Bridget Macron is in fact a man. Any journalist or publication that is trying to dismiss this plausibility is immediately identifiable as establishment. I have never seen anything like this in my life. The implications here are terrifying. I do not intend to let up on this story, and I am calling on other journalists to look into this explosive story and report accordingly. Watch here. On March 13, 2024, Owens released another episode of Candace Owens titled Media Meltdown. France's First Lady exposed, repeating and expanding on her false claims. From the start, Owens could not keep her story straight. For example, on Owens' March 21st, 2024, appearance on the nationally syndicated radio show, The Breakfast Club radio show, she said that the Macron tried to sell to the press a fake photo, which got debunked. It was actually Jean-Michel's daughter. She has never repeated this claim because it is demonstrably false. Arthur Owens was dismissed from the Daily Wire on March 22nd, 2024. The outlet did the right thing and immediately removed Owens' March 11th and 13th episodes, but each remains available online on other platforms. Fired from the Daily Wire and faced with clear evidence debunking her claim, Owens continues to push the conspiracy, now from her own podcast. Despite the extensive and publicly available evidence confirming the truth about the Macrons' identities and history, Owens persisted in spreading her false and defamatory allegations. Even after her termination from the Daily Wire, reportedly due to her repeated dissemination of baseless conspiracy theories, Owens showed no sign of retracting or tempering her allegations. She continued promoting her preconceived narrative, undeterred by her professional consequences or contradictory facts. The thing about conspiracy theories, especially those driven by profit and money, the money is how, they pay their bills and they stay afloat, and the clout they're getting from it and the attention they're getting from it. If that's their only content, their only way of making money, and they have survived off of it, they're going to continue it. Liars will be liars until they're stopped or they face consequences. Otherwise, they will keep going because they're getting money and clicks and views from it. They have no motivation to stop. They have the motivation to keep going due to the profit and attention and views. They don't have the motivation to stop because there's no consequences to make them stop. Now with this lawsuit in place, and now Charlie Kirk was unalive, she has new content. So now that she has new content, she has put this whole conspiracy to the side for the most part. Now she's still taking jabs on X, but as far as becoming Bridget part 2 or season 2, should I say? Season 2, I'm not really seeing her making videos anymore on that. So I believe there is some deterrence with the help that she has new content. So they set their eyes on a new target and new content, which is her own bestie. Friend is her new target, Charlie Kirk. Defendants launched Owens' independent podcast titled Candace on June 10th, 2024, knowing her false claims about the Macrons had caught fire in March. Owens seized the moment, recycling them starting the very day she premiered Candace. Defendants took to X, declaring Mr. Macron was a man. Fueled by sensational claims, the show quickly gained attention, earned a second spot on Edison Research list of top new podcasts for 2024. So this actually catapulted and was a catalyst for her success on her show. And there she goes. She put a man. Imagine how much money has Candace made just by accusing someone of being a man. Just by accusing someone of being a man and making these series of videos, she has made a lot of money from t-shirts and things like that off of a lie. That's a motivation to keep going. This is easy. That's easy money. That's easy money to make. And even with the Charlie Kirk, that's easy money. She's doing the same thing with the Charlie Kirk, which is there's DNA evidence and a lot of evidence showing that Tyler Robertson is the actual unaliver of Charlie Kirk, but she's making money off of it, and why not continue it, right? So right here, you can see that the very top, well, I don't know if y'all can see because it's small in this, but she puts a man while she's sharing someone's post, referring to Bridget. And even right there on that photo, I don't think that her hairstyle is fitting her. With her face shape and how her face is structured, she doesn't need to wear that. It looks like a wig, but it's too bulky and it's not it's hiding her face, like the angles of her face. It's not the hairstyle does not go with her face shape. She has the type of face and she needs to actually show her face. She doesn't need to hide her face and have this bulky and stuff around. She needs to show all the edges of her face, or the frame of her face, because other than that, she can look more masculine. You can't really see it. You have to be careful what hairstyles you wear, depending on your face shape. Okay. Yeah. Now, some people will have a face shape, like an oval face shape, to where they can wear any hairstyle, like let's say a Holly Berry shaped face. And some people that have a different, like, facial structures, a jawbone. You have to be careful. You have to wear hairstyles have to be fit to your face shape. Y'all saying bad wig. On June 12, 2024, Owens appeared on Piers Morgan Uncensored to push more false and defamatory claims about the Macrons. Claims even Piers Morgan, known for his provocative style, dismissed as absurd. Owens doubled down, of course, the next day by republishing clips from the interview, repeating her false allegations on the June 13 episode of Candace. Recognizing that her false claims about Macrons were drawing significant attention, Owens escalated further. On June 17, 2024, defendants released an episode titled, "So is Bridget Macron a man?" Y'all, listen, I need to stop laughing because I'm not trying to be insensitive. I'm just sorry, but this whole thing is just too much. It's just too much. Like, I just still don't like. It's crazy. This is a crazy lawsuit that someone's suing someone for saying someone's a man. Like, it's usually a joke that people are like, oh, you're like a man, then you move on. But you can't really move on in this case because it's like worldwide and it's actually, highly defamatory and it's impactful, I guess. But, Sierra has went through the same thing and she never sued anyone. I guess she dealt with the rumors. in the the videos, and then even Michelle Obama has been a lot of people have done that to Michelle Obama, and they never sued anyone. But obviously now this person, Bridget Macron wants to sue. And I mean, Candace is like, no one can really ignore Candace because people report on Candace. She's everywhere, so she's hard to ignore. And I think that the difference is, like, for Candace, she's actually not real. She's not like a regular smuggler person. I think with like Michelle Obama, it was mostly like regular low, like vloggers or other people doing it. Maybe if it were someone in a high position or was more recognition or influence, maybe they would have sued. I don't know. Recognizing that her false claims about the Macrons were getting more attention, Owens escalated further. On June 17, 2024, the Defendants released an episode titled "So Is Bridget Macron a Man?" Oh God, y'all, I'm gonna work on not laughing when she says that. To repeat the discredited allegations from Owens, March episodes that has since been deleted by the Daily Wire, seeking to drive traffic to her new venture and expand her claims. Owens opened by warning that the Macrons were going to come for her life. She then repeated the categorically false claims that the Macrons had deployed the Secret Service to intimidate and detain journalists to hide the truth of Ms. Macron's transition and identity theft. Finally, she linked these allegations to a broader, equally baseless conspiracy theory that the world is being run by a gang of satanic pedophiles masquerading as Jewish people. Huh? Gang of satanic pedophiles masquerading as Jewish people. Projecting, Owens claimed the Macrons were not behaving in ways one does when you're telling the truth. She claimed there are no photos from the first 30 years of Miss Macron's life, but contradicted herself just moments later by admitting that photos of a young Miss Macron had been released. She just does not believe they are real. The clicks kept coming. So they're trying to say the clicks kept coming because she's motivated by money and profit. So Owens kept going, seizing every opportunity to promote her salacious claims. The Defendants released another episode mentioning the conspiracy on June 26, 2024. On July 1st, 2024, Owens repeated her false claims in the episode, encouraging viewers to reject scientific findings in favor of following their gut. On July 7, 2024, Owens presented these false claims on the Jimmy Dore Show. Jimmy Dore is a stand-up comedian turned political commentator who regularly promotes conspiracy theories. The Defendants went so far as to create and sell merchandise to promote these claims. On July 8, 2024, the Defendants posted a photo on X of Owens in a t-shirt showcasing a fake Time magazine Man of the Year cover featuring Miss Macron. The shirt sold out. Now, I've already played that. I mean, not played it, but I've showed it many times, okay? Here it goes. Oh my gosh. She says, Candace Owens, this is the infamous photo. I'm calling it now Time Man of the Year, clubcandace.com. With Bridget Macron on a t-shirt, Man of the Year at Time. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained by this foolery? Let's be honest, the salacious, juicy scandals, stuff like this, her lies are, because that is more juicy and salacious than the truth. The truth is sometimes boring and people say, oh, okay, that's the truth. These are the truths, these are the facts, case closed. Conspiracies are, oh my gosh, this is fishy. She never shows her neck. Things are being hidden, things are deleted, refuses to interview, refuses to answer this question. Where are all her old pictures at? There's no pictures of her as a child it's so mysterious, and so you can make it so sensational. It's that's why a lot of conspiracy channels, they do better than fact channels or channels based on the truth, because the truth is really just point blank, period, matter of fact. Conspiracies are juicy, salacious, mysterious, wondering what's happening, things like that. There are sometimes you can make the truth more like like investigative things as well and interesting in that aspect, but it never will top something as salacious as she was born a man and she's hiding it, she's living as this. No, that's more salacious. And yeah, and then she, it sold out, but then now she had, once she was sued, she put it back on the market to try to sell more shirts. And that was viewed 832,000 times, almost 1 million times. Owens went so far as to claim the 2024 Olympic opening ceremony, a tribute to Greek mythology, was designed to honor Bridget Macron because she was transgender. This claim is not only absurd, but self-defeating. Owens also insists Ms. Macron's biological sex is a state secret, making such a tribute impossible even by her own logic. That's the thing about these liars and conspiracy people. They don't even keep up. They're inconsistent. So yes, one day they will say that the biological sex is a secret. The next, everyone knows. Next thing you know, transgender. Next, what happens if she pulls down her pants and there's a vagina down there and not a penis? As you keep on saying, Candace, that it's a penis down there. What happens if she pulls her pants down, there's the vagina? Then what? Oh, you're gonna say that she had the surgery. You're gonna say, oh, since the time I called her penis, she's chopped it off. She's arranged to buy her penis now. It's no longer there. She's gonna change it. The conspiracy people always move the goalposts. And if you have a baby, oh, it was a surrogate. You never had it. We didn't see you actually have it. It's a surrogate. Carried the baby. You faked that you had a fake baby or something. Conspiracy people always change to move the goalposts. She then escalated her rhetoric, falsely alleging that the Macrons are part of a very small group of elite oligarchs who routinely practice homosexuality and pedophilia, believe in Baphomet, and worship a transgender deity that controls the world. This is yet another basis in inherently implausible claim, contradicted by public evidence and common sense. This is like so crazy. And I kind of feel sad, sorry for them dealing with all this madness. These are insane conspiracies and weird shit. And at the same time, I will say that Candace has weaponized their relationship and how they met against them. Because when people try to feel sorry for Bridget, they're going to then say, but look at her trying to date her former student. There had to be something going on there that was fishy. So what kind of person is she? So it kind of lessens the empathy for her. And that's the point of people attacking that whole angle. Candace knows what she's doing. If you can attack someone's character or their life or their personal things they've done, people are going to feel less sorry for the person or empathetic for the person for anything else. It's kind of like with Firestone, the rapist. Once everyone knows his true story of how he raped his own daughter, if anything happens to him, people are not going to feel sorry for him at all. So the point of her keep on going on and on about how they met and what happened with them is so that then Bridget becomes someone that is an easy target. And a lot of people are not going to give her a pushback because they're not going to feel sorry for her, but they're going to think of her as some sort of child groomer or child predator. And that's going to lessen it, because I'll be honest, as soon as I was like, oh, I feel bad for her, and then I'm like, what was she doing with the student? So even I know how to separate the two, and I understand how to do that. But for a lot of people, they are not going to make that. They're not going to really care as much compared to someone that is less tainted by something in their past. I'm just being honest. So that's another way conspiracy people attack people too. They try to point out a lot of bad things about the person they're targeting. So that way when they attack, then no one will really care about it. You see what I'm saying? So I try to keep things separate. She's not a man. So even though I might not like how whatever unfolded between her and Emmanuel Macron and their whatever happened with that situation, I'm still not going to say, oh, she's a man because I dislike one thing or possible something fishy in that other category. I can separate it. Owens bolstered his claim by reposting on X a takedown of the opening ceremony and Miss Macron by another provocative figure, Archbishop Vigano or something like that, who had just been excommunicated from the Catholic Church. Yet again, searching for the most controversial sin, Owens posted on X that Bridget Macron is a transvestite, calling it a demonic state secret and falsely claiming that Miss Macron is a rapist. Owens used the conspicuous tag Christ is King to garner even more attention. Continuing to capitalize on the attention of sensational figures and known liars, Owens published a post by Alex Jones, a notorious defamer who owes $1.5 million to the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims for his malicious lies and repeated false allegations. Jones is one of the most unreliable sources imaginable. Owens stated that Bridget Macron was born Jean-Michel Trogno, who lived as a man for about 30 years before transitioning to Bridget. While he lived as a man, he fathered 3 children. Again, Owens had hashtag Christ is King. Yet again, aligning with the most controversial figures, defendants brought on Andrew Tate, a self-proclaimed misogynist charged with grave and human trafficking. Owens proved that no amount of credible evidence would convince her to abandon her preconceived narrative, when she platformed Tate's claim that the French election was rigged, like the 2020 U.S. election. Owens went further, claiming that the Macrons are being blackmailed and they are being selected for these positions. She dismissed all critics by saying the Matrix is targeting her for exposing the supposed homosexuality and pedophilia taking place in the world. On August 30th, 2024, Owens interviewed Passard, the publisher of the defamatory Pious et document series on Ms. Macron. Passard became Owens' primary source, quite possibly her only source for her future reporting. In the interview, Owens and Passard agreed that the Macrons are perpetuating fraud regarding Ms. Macron's identity and President Macron's political independence and integrity. They further claimed that Ms. Macron's nephew resembles President Macron and inferred that the Macron's relationship was incestuous. Passard directly accused Ms. Macron of abuse of a minor, impersonation, and identity theft. Owens endorsed, adopted, and expanded on these claims, linking them to her broader conspiracy theory involving an extensive network of satanic pedophiles. Every time Owens faced consequences for repeating these outrageous allegations, she refused to take responsibility and instead cast herself as the victim and blamed others. For example, on September 11, 2024, defendants embedded the August 30 episode in an X post claiming that YouTube removed the video for exposing the media's complicity in covering up pedophilia, when the truth is that Owens did not abide by YouTube's content moderation policies, which are designed to guard against misinformation and hate speech. The Macrons flatly debunked the conspiracy and a retraction demand to Owens, but she mocks their response, ignores the facts, and doubles down with even more reckless claims. The Macrons, through their counsel, sent a detailed retraction demand letter to Owens via email on December 3rd, 2024. The December retraction demand explained the falsity of Owens' defamatory statements and included an abundance of evidence that Ms. Macron was born a woman named Bridget Trogno, that she was not a blood relative of President Macron, and that the Macrons were not being controlled or blackmailed by any group of people. Owens did not respond to the December 3rd email. So right here, the Macrons is saying that they sent information about themselves to Owens and demanded a retraction. So why is Owens saying that she did not? And then at one point, Owens said there was some sort of back and forth communications, and that she did send some more questions and demanded an interview. So it looks like to me that there was a back and forth and there was stuff said, but it was not to Owens' satisfaction because she's the boss, she's the controller, she's the one in authority, and you have to bend to her will. You have to answer all her questions because she's law enforcement. You have to let her interview you because she's the boss. You have to hand over all evidence and anything she asks you for. Because she has that sort of power and control over everyone. Right? And if you don't, then you are guilty of whatever she's accusing you of. She will put your face on the t-shirt or whatever she wants to do. Okay? Yeah, suffice as Candy wants to see the kitty cat. Now, you know good well, she was a drop her pants. and that there was no penis down there, which is not there. Candace will simply say that she had surgery now and had some sort of procedure and had it chopped off. She would just change and say, oh, she just went and had surgery. So even that wouldn't help. That wouldn't even help. Nothing will stop a conspiracy person that's motivated by profit. They would just move the goalposts so they can continue to get clicks and views and profit from the situation. So she did get an email telling her certain information. Owens then repeatedly ignored multiple additional attempts by the Macrons to engage. The Macrons sent a follow-up email on December 18, 2024, which went unanswered. So they're saying they even sent up a follow-up email, December 18, went unanswered. On January 8, 2025, the Macrons contacted Owens' former legal counsel to facilitate communication but received no response. Next, the Macrons attempted to personally serve the December retraction demand on January 9, 2025, but were first ignored, then blocked by Owens' counsel, who ultimately agreed to accept service by email. The December retraction demand explicitly denied each of Owens' claims and presented evidence that conclusively disproved them. So in Owens' video, she's saying that they're not answering certain questions or answering questions or really cooperating with her investigation. And they are saying that they sent a retraction demand and explicitly denied each of Owens' claims and presented evidence that conclusively disproved them. So one side is saying this and the other side is saying that. Now, Owens has additional questions that I think that she wants answered. And my thing is this: who the fuck is Owens to be demanding anything from anyone? They're not obligated to answer her questions. I wish someone, I don't care who you are, do not email me no questions. Like, who are you emailing me any questions demanding a response by this? They're demanding an interview. Who are you? And I believe that Candace Owens, if someone were to email her a list of questions, demand an interview, and do all of this, and she did not like the person, and they were on here like posting things about her that's negative, she would turn it down and just like, what the fuck? Like, you don't tell me what to do. Like, I don't see her cooperating with an enemy, right? Nope. I don't care how easy the questions are or how simple. I'm not answering any questions if I don't like you and if I don't want to. Okay. The December retraction demand reminded Owens that the very Daily Mail article she cited as support for her conspiracies told readers that the Courrier Picard, a daily newspaper in Amiens, France, Miss Macron's hometown, included Miss Macron's birth announcement. The birth announcement states that Bridget Trognell was born on April 13, 1953, and that her siblings Anne-Marie, Jean-Claude, Mary Vaughan, Monique, and Jean-Michel Trognell will have a great joy in announcing the arrival of their little sister, Bridget. Right there. And I have her, Owens, Candace say that it's like, how do we know it's authentic? Defendants knew this information, but Owens omitted it from her series precisely because it contradicted the preconceived narrative she intended to tell. This omission was deliberate and is evidence of actual malice. The December retraction demand reminded Owens that in addition to a first communion photo and family photo, there are additional publicly available photos of Miss Macron as a child. And one such photo, Miss Macron is playing in a garden as a young girl. This photo was mentioned in the 2021 Daily Mail debunking article and the December retraction demand, but Owens never shared it with her viewers because it does not fit her preconceived narrative. So then they're showing some photos. I guess this is her in a garden. The December retraction demand reminded Owens that Miss Macron's marriage to Andre Louis Ozier and his existence were well documented. The most obvious proof of his existence is the 3 children he fathered with Miss Macron, all of whom have acknowledged him as their father and adopted his last name. Initially, Owens falsely stated that there was no publicly available photos of Mr. Ozier. The December retraction demand reminded Owens that a publicly available photo exists of Mr. Ozier from his wedding to Miss Macron. Since then, Owens has found at least one additional photo through her relationship with Xavier Pizard. To discredit this photo, Owens initially claimed that the subjects are not Mr. Ozier and Miss Macron, but Jean-Louis Ozier with his first wife, Susan Sprague. The December retraction demand reminded Owens that Jean-Louis debunked this claim, stating, "When Andre Louis got married, I was 8 years older and I was working in Germany. There might be a slight family resemblance. But that's not to say that we are the same person." Indeed, Jean-Louis has testified in French court that the photo is not of him and won a defamation claim against Ray and Roy on that basis. So she has people that are in her family or around her that are going to come forward to dispute these allegations if it gets that far. And by the way, I don't think it will, because I don't think Delaware is a proper court. When Owens was confronted with this information, she changed her theory, but rather than accept this photo for what it is, an image of Miss Macron from her marriage to Mr. Ozier, Owens concocted a new story. She changed course in the series to claim that Miss Ozier is in the photo, but that Miss Macron is not. Instead, Owens claimed that it was another woman named Brigitte Trogno, and that Mr. Macron refused to verify that the image was of her. Another lie. I was just trying to say there's another woman named Brigitte Trogno that was in the photo. That is Brigitte, who's now Brigitte Trogno, that's married as Brigitte Macron. Candace be making up stuff, but yeah, I'm gonna pretty much end on page 40, and we will pick up another day. Owens initially told her audience that no journalist could find Mr. Ozier, but this is plainly false. The December retraction demand reminded Owens that another Daily Mail debunking article explained that reporters for several outlets, including the Mail, tracked Andre Louis down to Lille several years ago, but he declined to comment. That aligns with his family statements that he was a very private man. The December retraction demand stated that Mr. Ozier passed away on December 24th, 2019. His and Miss Macron's daughter, T-Pain, or T-Bane or something like that. T-Pain, this is again in French, people. Spoke about his death afterward and noted that he was buried in the strictest privacy and that he was a nonconformist who valued his anonymity more than anything. T-Pain ended by stating he must be respected. In her earlier reporting, Owens distorted these words and the family's request for privacy into a warning, a threat almost not to look any further. In the series, after being confronted with Mr. Ozier's existence through his documented death and funeral, she again changed course and distorted the Ozier's family's desire for privacy into a plot to cover up wrongdoing. Of course, she's going to continue to move the goalposts. That's what conspiracy theories do. I hope they don't think that she's going to retract anything. Candace Owens is just like Jaguar Wright. They're not going to retract anything. People are not understanding, like, this is not like a regular thing where you can easily just go on your platform and say, I made a mistake or I'm wrong. I mean, you can, but you have to also suffer the consequences, and you're going to lose credibility and even viewers because they're going to say, well, you lied. You lied. That means you lied to us. You tricked us, and you profited from the lie. So then now you're going to be a target. So if anyone really believes that Jaguar Wright, Candace Owens, or anyone with a platform like this is going to come on live and say, I lied, I made it up, it's not true, it's false, I'm wrong. Their whole platform relies on credibility. So they're going to stick with the lie to the day they die. Okay? That's what they're going to do. And they're just going to move goalposts. And even to the point where they probably will say that if the judge is ruling, like let's say the judge says, you know, that she loses, she will say, well, they paid off the judges. They paid off the judges. They're French royalty. They paid off the judges, and that's what they bought the course. They bought that judgment. And then people will say, oh, okay, they really didn't win. It's just that they paid off people to get that verdict. So then they'll still have they're never going to actually admit to anything. The goalpost is just going to move. Okay. And by the way, I don't think it's even going to get that far, because I think that this is the wrong court. They need to go to Tennessee and follow this, or, you know, even from their own country. But Tennessee is the best place because that's where Candace does all her dirt, is in Tennessee. I don't know when Candace's birthday is. When is Candace's birthday? Let me see. Let's see, Candace Owens' birthday. I think they actually mentioned it in this right here. Her birthday is April 29th. Jag is May 17th, and hers is April 29th. So she is a Taurus. Oh, you're right. Both are Taurus. Yeah, a mess. The thing about it is, Candace Owens is a better liar. She's a better liar than Jag is. Candace Owens is more believable because she's smarter than Jag is. So she's more believable. The smarter you are, the more convincing you can be, because people will see that, like, oh, you're smart, so there's no way you can be. People sometimes equate smartness with truth. Somebody can be really intelligent but still be, you know, making up shit. But they're so smart, they're easy. They can manipulate and convince you because they seem too smart to be, you know, dumb. You know, I don't know, but sometimes people equate intelligence to the smarter someone is, that they have to be telling the truth. So if you're actually a scammer and you're smart, you might use that to your advantage. And yes, Candace is good at that. Every time you if you do anything that is suspicious or suspect or against what she wants, she labels everything as suspicious or fishy. And that's a form of power and control, because if you don't allow her to interview you, then that's fishy. If you don't answer all her questions, that's fishy. If you refuse to give her receipts or evidence that she's wanting, that's fishy. Show messages, show this, give her that. You have to participate in her investigation of you. If you don't, then that's fishy. So you can easily be deemed as someone doing wrongdoing or suspicious by not cooperating with her investigation. But who is she to be investigating anyone or demanding anything of anyone? Yeah. And then she also will convince her followers of the same, that this person should be. What's the harm? Like, what's the harm in showing us that? Why are you hiding it? Just show us the video, show us the text, show us this, show us that. What are you hiding? I would show it. No, you won't. It depends on who's asking you and why someone's asking what you would show or answer. I wouldn't tell a conspiracy person anything, because I know whatever I say is going to be used against me and spun and twisted into something it's not. Yeah. The December retraction demand also informed Owens that Jean-Michel Trogneau is alive and well in Amiens. Emmanuel Anazon, a journalist for Lourdes magazine, reported having contact with him in Amiens in September 2023. This too was included in the Daily Mail's 2024 debunking article. In fact, Ms. Anazon wrote an entire book disproving the disinformation campaign surrounding Ms. Macron. Shockingly, Owens cites Ms. Anazon's book and the series, but fails to tell her viewers it completely disproves her central thesis. Oh wow, so someone has already wrote a book disproving the disinformation campaign. I was actually going to check out the book. That's actually kind of useful. Someone else has done a lot of work on this already to point out the inconsistencies. The December retraction demand provided evidence that Jean-Michel has recently appeared in public. Hold on. Of course, Candace is not going to add that to her video. Why would she add anything in her video that's going to debunk herself? Why would she try to debunk her own video? That doesn't make any sense. So of course, you're not going to add any evidence that's going to debunk herself. The December retraction demand provided evidence that Jean-Michel has recently appeared in public. He attended President Macron's events in 2017 and 2022, and the December retraction demand provided links to publicly available videos from those events. So it's not just photos that he's in. There's publicly available videos of her brother, the one that is supposed to be her. Not only was Jean-Michel present, but also in the same frame as Ms. Macron. Conclusive evidence that debunks Owens demonstrably false claims. And then they show some photos right here of the brother at the same event, which I showed before. Investiture or something like that. That's her brother right here. And last time I checked, this guy is not the same person as Bridget Macron. That's obviously a different person. They're not the same person. And what they're saying is that they are in the same frame. He's right there. And you can see him right there. She's in the white, two-piece coat suit right there, right? And then he's right there, like in between. You can see his bobblehead in between those two guys in front of her. And right there, he's right there. during the same frame at the same event. And if this progresses in court, then they'll both be in court. So that's gonna collapse. However, they made a dumb move. Why are they trying to sue Candace in a Delaware court? They messed up. This is a waste of time. So I think that they should try to, do a different lawsuit in Tennessee, because this is a waste of time in Delaware. It's not going to work. Well, I guess they probably have the money and resources to just move to a different one, but I don't know why yeah. Well, I get why they're trying Delaware, but that's not going to work based on precedent cases, as far as I'm concerned. And that's why if they really want to scare Candace, if you really want to scare Candace, you need to actually file this in Tennessee. She's not worried because her lawyers have told her that y'all sued her in the wrong state. That's why she's not worried. And that's why she still was like making these jabs. But I guarantee if you switch to that Tennessee, you're going to see a whole nother Candace, okay? Because that's right there is her state. Okay? Hold on. And then they have a video link out here. I guess a video of the event. So now you can't really say, well, that's just a photo. They actually have a video of the live event you can click to. Unmasked. Candace, you in trouble, girl. You're in trouble, Candace. Because they have a live event, photos and videos. And no one can really say that's a hoax of a live event that people attended. Good morning, I'm Richard. Well, to be honest, they can sue her. I think that's a great thing. I mean, just because someone is international, you don't want to be barred from suing someone. However, they don't really have jurisdiction in Delaware. They should have chose Tennessee. But they will try to argue this in court. So we will see how they argue it, but they really don't have jurisdiction in Delaware as far as I'm concerned. But Tennessee may, yeah. The December retraction demand informed Owens that Jean-Michel's defamation claims against Ray and Roy prove his existence and that he is not Miss Macron. At Ray and Roy's June 19, 2024 trial, Jean-Michel's attorney presented both Miss Macron's and Jean-Michel's electoral cards to the court, demonstrating that they have both voted in the European elections on June 9, 2024 in different towns. As a result of that trial, Ray and Roy were ordered to pay Jean-Michel $5,000 in civil damages, and that's in European dollars. This information is also publicly available, but Owens has never informed her audience of these facts, which disprove her claim. Y'all keep on trying to say why hasn't she informed her audience of stuff that can disprove her claim? The answer is right there. It disproves her claim, obviously. She's not going to go live and say, oh, this actually disproves my claim. And it points to me being a liar. And I sold this as true. And now I lied and scammed all my audience into believing this fake story. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds like career suicide. That sounds like someone trying to, take down their own platform and ruin their own credibility and mess up their own brand by saying that they lied about this whole time. As soon as she says, okay, it's not true, she's not born a man, it's going to be plastered everywhere. Candace lied, Candace lied. I'm sorry to break it to you, but a liar is never going to be being a liar. They're going to be a liar to the day they die. They're going to be on their deathbed still saying the same lie. Okay. Now, as for me, if I actually thought someone was a man and I found out, the moment I realized they weren't a man, I was like, oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. I would just, retract. Like it was whatever. But here's the thing. This is not a situation where she believes that she's a man and that, oh my gosh, if I just have proof, then I'll stop. This is a situation where she knows she isn't a man, but she's making money off the situation. This is all for profit. You don't realize people lie for profit. Candace knows that if she got on here and she talked about regular stories and reported on regular stories like everybody else, she's just going to be regular and average like everyone else. If you want to stand out and be different from everybody else just reporting on the same stuff, you have to have a different angle. So if everyone is saying Tyler Robertson unalive Charlie Kirk, that's just a regular story to report on. But if you say someone else unalived it, unalive Charlie Kirk, and it's not Tyler Robertson, and you're going to do an investigation to find out who it is, and Turning Point USA people are suspect, and this person is suspect, and that person is suspect. Now you have a different angle than everyone else. Now you're controversial. And I believe that from Charlie Kirk and even Candace Owens, they realize that controversy sells. Being in opposition to what everyone else is saying sells. So that's her strategy is, okay, what is everyone else saying about this? Let me go in opposition. And there are even some of my own enemies that do that to me. Whatever I'm talking about, they go in opposition. So if I'm going against child abuse, they will be for the child abuser. If I'm going against the rapist, they'll be for the rapist. They do that same thing. And then the opposition, people watch it to see that opposition, like, oh, this is like controversial because they're defending this racist, they're defending this person. That, it's that type of thing. There's also a negative to defending those type of people too, but that's a whole nother topic. Let's read one more page of this. The December retraction demand explicitly stated that Ms. Macron is the biological mother of her 3 children, proving that she was born as a woman and has not engaged in identity theft. And by the way, identity theft, they're trying to say that Jean-Michel stole his sister Bridget's identity and is living as a woman. In her earlier report, it always claimed that Ms. Macron fathered her 3 children with Bridget Ozier, whom she falsely claimed was the niece of Jean-Louis Ozier, the uncle of Ms. Macron's late ex-husband. Candace Owens, get your ass offline. I'm done. Get offline, Candace. What are you over there doing? Like, she just making a whole web of nonsense, making up stuff. She over there making her own family tree. She on Ancestry just putting together her own family tree. This is the father, this is the mother, this is the child, this is the daughter. No, you cannot make your own family tree. The family tree is just who the family tree. Girl, she accused Jean-Louis of forging the children's birth certificates to hide Miss Macron's secret. So yeah, what we're gonna do next, we're gonna be watching some of her videos to see how she has spun this story together that led to this lawsuit, okay? So we're gonna be switching back and forth between the lawsuit itself and then what Candace says. So we can do like a compare and contrast between Candace's statements and their statements, okay? To hear both sides of this whole mess. And then, of course, we'll be keeping up with the actual updates as far as what's happening with this case. Will it get dismissed or will it not get dismissed because of the wrong venue? Or will this proceed to the regular trial to see what's actually going to happen? The trial of is she a man, the pedophilia, I don't know how they will actually argue that one. Because they could easily lie and say that they both waited till he was of age, but how do we know 100%? This is the same Jean-Louis whom she claimed was in the wedding photo of Miss Macron and her first husband, and who has successfully sued Ray and Roy for defamation. Owens did not repeat these claims in the series, but she has never retracted the prior false claims. What you will have to recognize about conspiracy theorists, if they are wrong about something and they realize they are wrong, they are not going to retract anything. They are simply going to move on to the next conspiracy or the next thing. I realized that a long time ago. As soon as I debunk anybody that lies on me, they don't apologize, they don't retract, they don't take it back. They simply just move on to the next lie about me. And then I debunk that one, and then they don't retract or apologize. They move on to the next lie. They simply just keep moving to the next lie, the next lie, the next lie, and build on to it. So there's no point of debunking a liar because their goal is to smear. So they're going to just keep making lies up. And no matter how many times you debunk, they're going to come up with a new lie. Now, the good news I will say is this, that if the public is paying attention, and for people that are actually paying attention, they will lose credibility. I will repeat, if they are debunked and really debunked really good, they will lose credibility and people won't really believe them as time goes on. They'll lose an audience of people. So that's the benefit. So you can only lie, hold on. You can only lie for so long before you lose credibility. Once you lose credibility, it's hard to regain it. Yeah, that would be the better angle than the man one. Okay. Is the pedophilia or some sort of like exploring their whole relationship and how things unfolded, especially with them keeping in contact over the years. That would have been a better angle. And you brought up a good point. Let me actually go up to see, or let me actually see the exact claims that they're suing for. I know it's defamation for saying that she's a man, but I want to see if are they suing exactly for anything else. Let me actually verify that before I get off. Hold on. She accused, okay. This is the same Jean Louis whom she claimed was in a wedding photo of Miss Macron and her first husband, and who has successfully sued Ray and Roy for defamation. Owens did not repeat these claims in the series, but she has never retracted the prior or false claims. Fathers Owens initially claimed that the photo of Miss Macron, in which she is described as a 36-year-old teacher named Bridget Ozier, is not actually of her, but rather of the fictitious Bridget Prober Ozier. In doing so, Owens recklessly disregarded the facts that the photographed woman in this picture had the same name as Ms. Macron did at the time, at the same occupation that Ms. Macron had at the age of 36, and 3 bears a striking resemblance to a younger version of Ms. Macron. Owens later admitted that this was false, but she never removed the episodes, including this false claim. When Owens realized her claims about Miss Macron's children, that she fathered her children with, the fictitious Bridget Prober Ozier, could not be possibly true, she dropped them, offering no alternative explanation, just a gaping hole. She counted on her audience being too captivated or too unquestioning to notice the gap, let alone call her out on it. The reason is clear: any theory that claims Ms. Macron is not the mother of her children recklessly disregards the striking resemblance between her and her daughters. So then I'm going to leave off on this photo that Bridget Macron posts of her and her daughters. And she says the striking resemblance that these are her children. Do these two women, or these two, her daughters, do they look like her? In my opinion, they do. The one on the left is kind of like, has a slimmer face, but definitely still has that same jaw as her. And the one on the right, if she turns her face straight towards this camera, looks just like her. So that I would say yes. And they have her teeth. So yes, I would say these are her kids. Without even seeing the husband, I can tell that these are her kids. So we're on page 41. I'm gonna continue in the next live, or when we discuss this more, should I say. Like I said, it's 250 pages. There's a lot going on here. What I'm looking for now is to see the actual counts against her, because I want to see what the counts are. So I'm going to the bottom. Let me actually put this in here. Yeah, that's like a bunch of counts. Count 13. Count 1 is defamation. Count 2, false light. Defamation by implication. Count 3. Count 4, defamation. False light. So defamation and false light count. Now let me search up like pedo and see what comes up. Hold on a second. Yeah, this is like 250 pages, so there's no way I can get through it all today in one live. And also did a video on. That Bridget is actually a man. She stole someone's identity. They committed incest. They forged records. Emmanuel Macron is part of MK Ultra. The Macrons are part of an elite pedophile network. Bridget Great Emmanuel, the complaint says Owens falsely implied this. Ms. Macron is involved in child abuse, other things. Count 2, false light, invasion of privacy. That Owens publicly portrayed the Macrons in a highly offensive, humiliating, and false way about repeating gender identity conspiracies, claiming sexual misconduct, claiming involvement in child abuse, pedophilia, etc. Anyways, I will see y'all in the next slide. I hope y'all enjoyed this live. We are at the 5-hour mark, and we will pick back up on page 41. Also, we will be doing, part 2 of what did she mean by becoming Bridget and how she tried to piece this together. And by the time, if this actually goes to trial, by the time it goes to trial, we will be caught up as to what both sides have to say about this whole case and their arguments. However, my next live, to be honest, I will be going over Candace Owens' conspiracies on Charlie Kirk and Tyler Robinson, which, to be honest, I'm way more interested in because of the true crime aspect of the whole case and the shooting, which I have been reporting on since it happened. Okay, so my next live will be going over the Tyler Robinson case with Charlie Kirk and with the conspiracies that Tyler Robertson isn't the unaliver, which he is. And yeah, and then after that, I'm going to go back and forth between these two cases or two things. Anyways, have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you on the next live. Bye.
I gotta go. I gotta go. Don't ask me why. I gotta go. I should've left a long time ago. I don't even know how I got here, but I gotta go. Things have to change. I can't stay this way anymore. Good thing for me. I'm tired of the same old thing. So I'm trying something new, exploring something new. I'm not afraid of starting over today. It's a new day, a new me is coming. You'll see. I see it. Gonna do it. You'll see. I gotta go. I gotta go. Don't ask me why. I gotta go. I should've left a long time ago. I don't even know how I got here, but I gotta go. I want more than this. I want more than this. I deserve whatever I want, my heart's desire. I want more than this. What is this? This isn't it. What is this? This isn't how it's supposed to be. This isn't how my life's supposed to be. It's not how I imagined it would be. I gotta go. I gotta go. Don't ask me why. I gotta go. I should've left a long time ago. I don't even know how I got here, but I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go. Don't ask me why. I gotta go. I gotta go. I should've left a long time ago. I don't even know how I got here, but I gotta go. I want more than this. What is this? This isn't it. What is this? This isn't how it's supposed to be. This isn't how my life's supposed to be. It's not how I imagined it would be.